Chapter 770. Sure enough, you're a shameless person. Kanglan Immortal's voice was no longer as furious as before. Instead, it became calm. At this point, anger could no longer solve the problem, so he had no intention to continue to be angry. Even if he had enough reason to be angry. Because even Tetragon was in a state of shock and anger at this time. Wang Lu, how dare you? Do you know that you? Of course I know. Wang Lu interrupted him unceremoniously. In today's 9 regions, who could have a deeper understanding of holy light than Wang Lu? As the master of holy light, how could he not understand the consequences of burying holy light in the providence of 9 regions as a poison? The introduction of the seed of power of a foreign continent into the providence of 9 regions would cause a fundamental change in the nature of the land. This behavior was generally called colonization. Dividing the territory was one of the biggest damages to 9 regions. The land of extreme cold was an ownerless land, so it was very easy for it to be divided. However, for tens of thousands of years, no one had ever dared to do so. But so what? Gem, are you out of your mind? Can't you tell the difference? When the fallen immortal came, the entire 9 regions would be fragmented. Compared with that, what was a colony? Of course, Tetragon understood this truth, but it didn't mean that she could accept it easily. Gem, figure it out, holy light is my holy light. Where I am, holy light is there, and this separated land belongs to that place. With that, Wang Lu no longer paid attention to Tetragon, but focused all his attention on Kanglan. The opponent was the fallen immortal, so he could not be afraid of him, but he could not ignore him. The poison of holy light could disintegrate his fireball, but it could not disintegrate his existence. Now, the poison of holy light had indeed spread to his body, but with Kanglan's strength, it was easy for him to dispel the holy light. The poison tactic gave him some advantages, but overall, it was still a stalemate. The fallen immortals had a very deep foundation, so it was impossible for them to be suppressed so easily. If Kanglan had risked his life, he would have been able to shoot 10 of those sun-like fireballs, but Wang Lu did not have the ability to shoot 9 suns in a row. However, being able to fight fiercely with him until now meant that they had achieved their strategic goal. Wang Lu smiled and manipulated the giant god to make humming sounds. Senior, your mystical techniques are truly admirable. If we were to fight one-on-one, none of us would be able to last more than 3 moves from you. Therefore, we can only fight you by outnumbering you. I hope you won't mind. So what if there are so many of you rats? Kanglan sneered, and all the holy light in his body had been squeezed out by him. At the same time, 3 orange-red fireballs appeared around him. The color was subtly different from the previous one, and their power was slightly inferior, but they would not be disturbed by the holy light and collapse midway. This power was more than enough to defeat the giant god weapon and the heretic cultivator. So what if there are more? This is what Senior said, then I can rest assured. Wang Lu said and then paused. I can rest assured that I can win by outnumbering you. As soon as his voice fell, the sky suddenly darkened, and a dark cloud covered the clear sky, shrouding everything in shadow. Hichu Daoran of the 9 regions Wanxian League greets Kanglan Immortal. Above the dark cloud, Hichu Doran's voice was like a great bell. He looked down at the senior immortal from the upper realm. He stepped on the 9 regions map, and the veins of the earth and the lines on the map intertwined with each other. The light was like a fence, which completely blocked the battlefield. Beside Hichu, one after another, characters who were enough to shake 9 regions stood up. Military Emperor Kuchin greets Senior Immortal. A golden full-body heavy armor and a blood-colored flag. The leader of the strongest army in 9 regions stood beside Hichu while holding the flag. As the flag danced, there were thousands of shouts in the distance. That was the invincible army of Royal Soldier Sect. At this time, although he could not rush to the battlefield, he could become a strong backing for Kuchin. He seemed to be one person, but in fact, he was a magnificent army. Kunlun sect's jury greets senior immortal. The simple and upright Taoist with a rigid face stood on the other side of Hichu Daoran. His posture and expression were meticulous. As he slightly raised his chin, the 9 regions map slightly twisted the angle, locking the battlefield more firmly. If Hichu Daoran and his Xingjing sect symbolized the king's path in the immortal cultivation world of 9 regions, then Supreme Jury regarded himself as the righteous path. 10,000 Laws Tianluan greets senior immortal. The handsome Supreme Tianluan chuckled and stood beside Jury. From time to time, he rotated a slender ring on his right index finger. However, as the ring rotated, the mountains and rivers on the 9 regions map quietly changed, constructing a new law of heaven and earth. Spirit Sword Feng Yin greets senior immortal. Feng Yin Taoist master was the last one to take a step. Among the 5 sect leaders, he was the least qualified and had the lowest cultivation base. However, he impressively stood in front of the 4 people, as if he was the moon surrounded by the stars. At this time, Feng Yin showed an unprecedented solemnity. The Kunlun mirror on the bridge of his nose was wiped clean. Behind the mirror, the starry eyes that could see through the cause and effect were restrained. Behind him was a large sword case, which was full of light like the stars in the night sky. As he stepped on the 9 regions map, this immortal treasure that controlled the 9 regions suddenly came to life as if it had the finishing touch. The light grating that ran through the sky and the earth disappeared, but it merely became invisible. Instead, the force that bound the battlefield increased exponentially. Feng Yin's step completely activated the array, activating all the magical abilities and the great Tao contained in the 9 regions map. Senior, you just said that you don't mind fighting with many, so I can call a few reinforcements here, right? As Wang Lu said, he put away the absolute domain and lifted the weapon in his right hand. It was a slender cannon that stretched for several miles, and the muzzle was aimed at Kanglin. Kanglin Immortal was silent for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. Ha, he, ha ha ha. Fighting with many? What a joke. Trash like you, I'll kill as many as you come. While speaking, the 3 small suns rushed into the sky at the same time and hit the 9 regions map. The protective veil suddenly expanded and swept toward Wang Lu. Then, he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The tribulation thunder that fell from the 9 regions map accurately hit the 3 fireballs and detonated them in midair. However, the destructive attribute of the tribulation thunder completely wiped out the remaining power of the explosion, which made the Immortal's killer move completely fail. The giant divine weapon driven by Wang Lu seemed to be cumbersome, but it burst out with amazing agility. In an instant, it flashed thousands of times within a radius of 100 miles, which made the immortal treasure veil unable to catch it, and no matter how many magical abilities it had, it couldn't be used. The next moment, a strong light suddenly broke out over the snowfield thousands of miles away. Thousands of crisscrossing light gratings suddenly appeared in the air, flickering and slightly deformed under the impact of an invisible force. It was the light grating of the 9 regions map that locked the battlefield. Above the sky, Hichu Daoran shook his body slightly and let out a muffled groan. Supreme Kuchin took a step forward, and the battle flag heavily landed on the ground. The flag fluttered, summoning the projection of hundreds of millions of magical weapons to kill the distance. Supreme Jury pressed his hands down, which was not easy to maintain the integrity of the 9 regions map. Supreme Tianluan frowned, pinched the ring on his right index finger, and slowly rotated it. The light grating thousands of miles away gradually stabilized with the rotation of the ring. Finally, Feng Yin Daoist master closed his right eye and saw things with his left eye. He suddenly turned around and swung his stellar sword horizontally toward Hichu Daoran. This sword was extremely fast. Before anyone could react in time, it was less than 3 feet away from Hichu Daoran. At this distance, even if the 4 supremes surrounded him, no one could stop Feng Yin's sword. However, the immortal sword stopped 3 feet away. Bastard! Kanglan Immortal glared angrily and showed his figure from the void. He was between the tip of Feng Yin's sword and Hichu Daoran. His 2 palms were forced to close together, sandwiching the immortal sword in Feng Yin's hand. It turned out that the Samadhi True Fire was fake, the light gauze cage was fake, and the surprise attack thousands of miles away was also fake. The real purpose of Kanglan Immortal was to counterattack and directly attack the root of the problem. This move was extremely fast, but it was seen through by Feng Yin Daoist master at the critical moment. His sword crossed the sky and cut out an impossible gap, blocking Kanglan Immortal's sneak attack. However, the power of a single person was still lacking. Kanglan Immortal clamped the immortal sword with both hands. One hand turned into yang, condensing the high temperature that could burn mountains and boil seas, and the other hand turned into yin, condensing the cold that could freeze time and space. In an instant, the cold and hot intertwined, causing the immortal sword to break in pain. Get out of here! With a roar, Kanglan held the broken immortal sword with both hands and thrust it forward. Feng Yin was suddenly unable to hold on and was hit in the chest by the hilt of the sword. He flew backward for more than 100 miles, and his blood spilled into the sky. The next moment, Kanglan Immortal's yin and yang hands slapped toward Hichu Daoran. There was no longer any obstacle between the two. At the critical moment, Hichu Daoran's toes touched the 9 regions map. In an instant, the 9 regions map was magnified thousands of times. The several people who gathered together were suddenly separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, completely separated from each other. As for Senior Immortal Kanglan's palm, it also fell into the air. Ha! Kanglan's move failed, but he revealed a smile of success. With a whistling sound, he flew straight up like a sharp arrow, leaving only a small figure in an instant. Not good. He's going to run away. The 5 sect leaders came with the 9 regions map. The 9 regions map was high above the clouds, sealing off the world. However, there was actually an endless sky above the clouds. That was a field that no cultivator could seal off. And there was a whistling astral wind in the 9th sky. The higher the altitude, the more violent the astral wind. So far, no cultivator had been able to explore the strength of the sky. But there was no doubt that as the strongest individual fallen immortal, Kanglan could fly higher than anyone present. At that time, relying on the astral wind in the 9th sky, he could open an insurmountable distance from the others, and the encirclement against him would be meaningless. Unfortunately, although everyone present could realize this problem, they were powerless to stop it. Kanglan Immortal's speed was too fast, faster than anyone present. Once he started, he would not fall behind anyone. Unless someone could start earlier than him. Just when Kanglan was about to break through the sky, he suddenly saw a white figure above his head. That person held up a mountain with one hand. That was Wang Wu. When did she get here? An incredible emotion suddenly welled up in Kanglan's heart. However, before he could think clearly, Wang Wu smashed down the mountain that she was holding. The strength of this landslide was far beyond Kanglan's imagination. At the moment when the boulder hit his face, Kanglan felt that his primordial spirit seemed to be about to leave his body. In a trance, he seemed to see more King Pill in Wang Wu's body. The next moment, he completely lost control of his body and smashed straight to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! In the loud noise, a towering mountain was smashed by him at the waist, and the upper half of the mountain collapsed, revealing a hollow mountainside. Kanglan lay in the rubble of the mountainside and struggled to get up. However, the immortal spirit around his body flowed in reverse, completely not listening to him. He tried several times in succession, but he could not muster up any strength at all. How could that lowly creature from the lower realm cause such serious damage to him? Kanglan found it hard to believe, but in the next moment, he found that there seemed to be an invisible force around him that was constantly absorbing his immortal spirit, making him increasingly weak. Who is it? It's me. In front of Kanglin, a pure black human silhouette appeared. It's you, lowly dog? It's me, but compared to me, you should be more concerned about where this place is, Black said calmly. Then, without waiting for Kanglin to speak, he gave his answer one step ahead. I don't know if you've heard of Hades Mountain, the immortal trap array. You. Please rest here quietly, we'll meet again in 10,000 years. In the next moment, the cracked mountain rocks suddenly began to gather together, completely burying the hollow belly of the mountain, leaving not the slightest gap. And Kanglin's world was completely plunged into darkness. Chapter 771. A towering mountain and an immortal trap array handed down from the Age of Desolation together formed one of the famous dangerous places in 9 regions. Netherworld Mountain, Immortal Trap Array. From ancient times to the present, no one knew how many capable people went deep into this place and then disappeared. The hinterland of Netherworld Mountain was like a ferocious behemoth, which swallowed up all the visitors, leaving no dregs behind. Of course, the more dangerous the place was, the more curious it would be. There would never be a lack of curious and adventurous individuals among the cultivators. The exploration of Netherworld Mountain had never stopped for tens of thousands of years. However, it was conceivable that after tens of thousands of years, no one had really explored the secret of the immortal trap array. Whether it was going deep into it or using immortal method to explore from the outside, in the end, nothing was found. There was once a rough sect that tried to overthrow Netherworld Mountain by violence. As a result, the whole sect was removed from 9 regions overnight, as if it had been cursed. Today is really an eye-opener. I can't believe that even an immortal can be trapped in it. Amazing, really amazing. Outside Netherworld Mountain, Wang Lu piloted the giant divine weapon and floated in mid-air, marveling at the mountain that gradually recovered under his feet. An earth-shattering battle had finally come to an end here. The insufferably arrogant fallen immortal was silent. It was indeed a great Netherworld Mountain and a great immortal trap array. Previously, for the sake of Kanglin Immortal, it could be said that all the strongest people in the continent failed to stop him, and they were even almost penetrated by him. However, in the end, this unremarkable mountain could suppress him, because this Netherworld Mountain immortal trap array perfectly restrains Kanglin. Black's voice passed into Wang Lu's ears. Kanglin is a practical person with rich experience in actual combat among the fallen immortals. Many years of battle have made him almost flawless. But in the end, no one is perfect. He still has a fatal weakness: he is an immortal. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu curiously asked, as an immortal, he has all kinds of privileges that the cultivators in the lower realm can't have. What kind of weakness is this? The immortals in the upper realm are indeed noble, but Netherworld Mountain is a prison set up by the upper realm in the 9 regions during the Great Desolate Age to imprison the exiled immortals. This prison was set up for immortals. Everything was designed to target immortals and use their divine abilities to suppress them. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they might have a chance to escape. But if an immortal enters, they can forget about coming out. Interesting. Wang Lu nodded. However, since even you know about the Abyssal Mountain's immortal trapping formation, and Kanglin is a practical fighter, can you guarantee that he doesn't know about it, and that he won't have any countermeasures? I'm not Kanglin himself, so I can't guarantee anything. But no matter what, this is already the best outcome. Best? I'm afraid not. After all, Kanglin didn't die in battle. He was just suppressed, and I can't be at ease if I can't see him being suppressed like a dead dog by the immortal trapping formation with my own eyes. Wang Lu said, his eyes locked on Black. Who knows what's going on with him inside? Perhaps he's suppressed to the point that he can't move, or perhaps you're colluding with him to put on a show. It looks like he's being suppressed, but in fact, he's hiding in the cave in the mountain, which is warm in winter and cool in summer. When he fully recovers, he'll come out of Netherworld Mountain and slaughter all the dogs in 9 regions. Black shook his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, when did Taoist Master Wang Lu become so suspicious? Wang Lu's voice turned cold. Do I need to confide in a 3-surnamed slave like you? Do you think I'm Luli? With that, the muzzle of the positron cannon that stretched for several miles suddenly aimed at Black. Moreover, in this situation, I can't trust you, and I can't find your value. It's more cost-effective to turn you into experience points, don't you think? I don't think that's a wise choice. In the face of Wang Lu's positron cannon, Black said in a deep voice, a chess piece like me, no matter how much contribution I make, for the people in the upper realm, I'm still a bastard that's not even comparable to a dog. If the plan goes well, I can still eat a few bones. But my plan was disrupted by Luo Xiao halfway and I made an irreparable mistake. Then I have no choice but to defect. Now I'm on the same boat as you. As for the value, I think no one in 9 regions knows the fallen immortal in the upper realm better than me. This unique piece of information is my value. While the two of them were talking, the 9 regions map in the clouds slowly descended, and the 5 sect leaders gathered one after another. Wang Lu temporarily put down Black and turned to salute the 5 people one by one. Just now, in the fierce battle with Kanglan Immortal, thanks to the timely arrival of these 5 supreme-level powerhouses, who symbolized the strongest fighting power in the immortal cultivation world of 9 regions, Kanglan was forced to flee like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Finally, he revealed a flaw and was taken into the belly of the Netherworld Mountain. There was no prior plan for the whole process. It was the 5 people who sensed that there was a great battle in the extreme north that they rushed here. However, in such a hurry, they had a good tacit understanding with Wang Lu and his disciple in every step. This experience and strength were indeed worthy of respect. The 5 people also heard the dialogue between Wang Lu and Black. Wang Lu, I think he's right. Although this person has committed a crime that can't be redeemed even if he dies 10,000 times, it's undeniable that he does have value. Supreme Jury said, I think it's more beneficial for us to keep him alive. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu couldn't help but feel happy. Supreme Jury was a well-known idealistic bureaucrat in the immortal cultivation world. His nature was indeed not bad, and his strength was also strong enough, but his IQ was really not worthy of the title of the leader of the 5 uniques. Supreme Tianluan said, from an academic point of view, any deduction and calculation must be based on enough intelligence, and our biggest problem now is that we know almost nothing about the fallen immortal. If we can make good use of Black's intelligence, it will be of great benefit to the future battle. But on the other hand, if we get false intelligence, it will be counterproductive, which also needs to be paid attention to. Wang Lu shook his head slightly. Supreme Tianluan said so much, but it was tantamount to saying nothing. The key now was whether Black was trustworthy or not, but Supreme Tianluan was unwilling to make a judgment. Supreme Jury added, in the battle just now, if he didn't launch the immortal trap array in the Netherworld Mountain at the last moment, it would be difficult for us to really suppress the immortals in the upper realm. In this regard, he can be regarded as redeeming his crime with meritorious service. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu sneered and said, Supreme Jury, are you old and confused? How can you be sure that Kanglan was suppressed? Have you gone in and seen it? Supreme Jury was not angry, but turned his head and said, Kuchin, what do you say? I'm not interested in your intrigue. With that, Supreme Kuchin unfolded the battle flag. The flag, as if alive, wrapped Kuchin up, rolled up, and then disappeared without a trace. Kuchin chose to leave early without any sense of responsibility. Jury shook his head helplessly and asked Feng Yin, fellow Taoist must be on the side of Wang Lu? Feng Yin did not hide it and said, yes, I support all of Wang Lu's decisions. Zhuri then turned to Hichu Daoran and asked, "We have already expressed our views, now it's your turn to make a decision." As soon as Daoist Master Hichu was about to speak, someone suddenly interrupted, "I haven't said my point of view yet." Everyone turned their eyes and saw a bald man walking out slowly from the dark shadow. It was Luo Xiao. Seeing Luo Xiao, the expressions of the several supremes were a bit strange. Wang Lu directly moved the muzzle of the cannon, and the light of the positronic convergence shone in the muzzle. This traitor of 9 regions committed the crime of murdering his master for his own selfishness and caused the fall of Shizhou, which could be said to be an unforgivable crime. However, on the other hand, he also made a great contribution by instigating black and cooperating with others to suppress the fallen immortals. If the merits and demerits were compared, the merits seemed to be more. However, with the precedent of betrayal, Luo Xiao was also not trustworthy. "I know that you probably don't have much trust in me, but there's one thing I think you need to know. Not long ago, when I instigated Black to rebel, he refused to obey. At that time, his plan to strangle Sun Buping failed. In the eyes of the fallen immortals, he was already a dereliction of duty dog. And the fallen immortals have always done things with merit and demerits. So, if he continued to stick to the fallen immortal camp, he would simply bring about his own destruction, so he might as well jump to our side." But at that time, he didn't agree, but said. Before Luo Xiao could finish his words, a dazzling light suddenly burst out in front of him. Wang Lu's positron cannon mercilessly aimed and fired, shooting out a ray of light as thick as an arm. It brushed past Luo Xiao's cheek and burned his eyebrows. However, at the same time, it also blocked a group of shadows that rushed over. "Black, what are you in such a hurry for?" He hasn't finished his words. "What do you want to do by rushing over? Do you want to kill him?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao didn't even look at Black and said with a smile, "Of course, he's in a hurry to kill him. If it weren't for me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to separate myself from his shadow. Not long ago, when he violently hurt people, I wondered why he did it. Later, after thinking hard in the dark, I finally came up with the answer. He once said that his defection to the fallen immortal side was not for his own selfishness, and then he gave some other messy reasons. But in the end, he still defected, so I didn't think much about it at that time. But later, the more I thought about it, the more I felt it was subtle. If joining the fallen immortal side was not for his own selfishness, what else could it be? Organization interests? Or some lofty ideal? I remember very clearly that at that time, he called the fallen immortal master, and there's no need to mention how intimate and respectful he was. Such a person. Would he really betray the Wanxian League side? To be honest, I don't believe it. Upon hearing this, Black sighed and said, "It seems that you never trusted me from the beginning." "Ha ha ha, trust a 3-surnamed slave like you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Of course, I've never trusted you. It's just that I can't find any clues about you and can't guess your intention. It wasn't until you suddenly plotted against me not long ago, and just now, you tried to kill me, that I completely understood everything." Luo Xiao said, looked up at Wang Lu, and said with a smile, "In short, it's a trick of injuring oneself to gain confidence." Wang Lu also smiled and said, "Yes, it's a trick of injuring oneself to gain confidence." As soon as his voice fell, the firepower of the positron cannon burst out in full force, and a thick beam of light directly penetrated the Netherworld mountain. Chapter 772. When he saw Wang Lu slightly turn the muzzle of the cannon, Black's mind was in a trance, and fragments of the past always emerged in his mind. Then, he suddenly remembered a sentence. "Life is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you will get." This sentence was first circulated in the port cities of the 9 regions. At that time, chocolate from the Western continent had just begun to become popular in 9 regions. The specious production method made the quality of chocolate very unstable. Similarly, a box of chocolate could have thousands of flavors. Therefore, some busybodies use this as a metaphor for life, which was actually quite appropriate. When Black was young, he had heard this sentence. At that time, he was still an ordinary cultivator in a port city. On a narrow island, he joined an immortal cultivation sect that relied on the sea for a living. A foundation establishment master led 7 or 8 chi cultivating stage disciples to fish and practice chi all day long. His days were plain, but there was no lack of fun. His master was a good person. Although he looked fierce, his temperament was actually the most gentle. He was originally a fisherman who lived by the sea. One day, when he saw the sunrise on the sea, his heart was suddenly moved, and just like that, he stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation. Then, while fishing, he also pondered some secrets of immortal cultivation. He had no master, no resources. Purely relying on his perception and a little interest, he spent 20 years to enter the foundation establishment stage and had some magical abilities. When the surrounding fishermen children saw him, they pestered him to learn, and he taught them everything he knew. For him, immortal cultivation was just a hobby. What he really loved was to sail a boat and cast a net on the sea to catch fish. That was indeed a dream era for immortal cultivators. A fisherman with mediocre aptitude could obtain immortal fate in his daily life and open the path of immortal cultivation. But now, it was absolutely impossible. However, it was such an ordinary fisherman who changed Black's life and also changed the history of the immortal cultivation world. Black followed the fisherman to learn immortal cultivation for several years. His outstanding aptitude soon made him surpass his master. Many times, he, the disciple, had to take care of the master. In this small sect, the master and the disciple laughed and joked with each other, and they didn't care about it. Many times, Black would think, what would happen if that kind of life continued? Would he leave that island one day, bid farewell to his lovely master and fellow apprentices, and go alone to a bigger world, a wider heaven and earth? Black himself couldn't give an answer, because he really couldn't remember what happened more than 10,000 years ago. He only remembered that on that day, a huge storm suddenly arose on the surface of the sea. Huge waves that were hundreds of feet high rose on the usually calm surface of the sea. Dark clouds covered the sky, and there wasn't an inch of time left in the world. Lightning bolts flashed wildly between the clouds, illuminating the pitch-black sponge. The fisherman master, who had lived by the sea for decades, had never seen such a spectacle. His intuition as a cultivator told him that this was not a natural phenomenon. Only a cultivator could cause such a change in the sky and earth. And to stir up such a storm near the coast, it was clear that they didn't care about the life and death of the port city by the shore. To everyone here, this was an imminent disaster. He brought his disciples to hide in the pirate's cave and activated the island's protective formation, waiting for the storm to pass. Unfortunately, the fluctuations of the formation had exposed their existence. The 2 demons who were fighting fiercely on the sea soon found the island. One of them waved his demonic palm and flattened the island with one slap. When he raised his hand, the souls of the master and disciples on the island were between his fingers. Damn, I thought it was some kind of perfect tonic. I didn't expect the quality to be so poor. It's not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. With a raise of his hand, he killed an entire sect. The demon was extremely dissatisfied and spat out a few curses. Then, he swallowed the souls in his palm. However, when he closed his bloody mouth, his arm trembled because of the attack of the opponent's magic, and a soul escaped. The fish that escaped the net was Black. Black couldn't remember what happened after that. He only knew that in the end, a righteous cultivator came to kill the demons and killed both demons. The river was clean and the sea was peaceful. However, the casualties that had been caused were irreversible. Black, who survived, was discovered by that cultivator. His soul was preserved, and later, he was given a body by chance, and everything was restored to its original state. After that, his path of cultivation entered a new stage. That righteous cultivator came from a famous sect and had a huge amount of resources that the cultivators of the border port could not imagine. Black followed him all the way to cultivate, from the king pill to the nascent soul stage to the peak. In the hundreds of years that followed, his achievements were unimaginable. However, he never experienced the simple happiness on the island again. Whether it was the king pill or the nascent soul stage, the growth of strength was just to achieve a simple goal, to survive. Black could never forget the fear and panic when he and his master were trembling in fear in the cave of the island, waiting for the end of the tsunami. He also could not forget the despair when the island that he had been operating for many years was destroyed by a palm. He no longer wanted to be close to death. As long as he could stay away from death, he was willing to do anything. And in this world, there was no better guarantee of survival than having strong strength. Doing good and accumulating virtue was just a joke. Hiding from the world was just deceiving oneself. The only way was to become stronger and stronger. It was just that the qualifications of a cultivator were limited. Not everyone could become stronger without limit. So what should he do? Of course, it was to follow the strong. As long as they were strong, they were worth following. No matter good or evil, there was no right or wrong. On that day on the island, the kind-hearted fishermen and cultivators were no match for the vicious devil, so they were completely annihilated. And the devil was no match for the righteous cultivators, so he was also beheaded. The law of the jungle was the truth of the immortal cultivation world, and it had nothing to do with good or evil. In addition, one must learn to occupy the righteousness, because righteousness was also a kind of strength. Those righteous cultivators often did things with righteousness, but did they really want to do things in a dignified manner? For hundreds of years, Black had seen many so-called righteous cultivators who did despicable things in the name of righteousness. Their way of doing things was even more heinous than those evil cultivators and devils, but because of righteousness, they were always successful. In 9 regions, the evil path had never been able to overwhelm the righteous path. In the final analysis, it was because of the lack of righteousness. Therefore, even if they did despicable things, they must do it in the name of righteousness. Black never thought that his idea was wrong. Therefore, when the brilliant Sun Buping began to form a gang, he actively joined it. When Sun Buping revealed the truth and told everyone that the future enemy would be the fallen immortals, Black did not hesitate to abandon his original companions. A good bird chooses a tree to nest in, and the strong side was righteous. Since the fallen immortals were stronger than anyone else in 9 regions, then of course, they were more righteous than anyone else. Following the fallen immortals was far more righteous than being part of the resistance army. There was no doubt that following the fallen immortals was the right thing to do. This belief supported Black for more than 10,000 years, until an ant named Luo Xiao destroyed it all. After making an unforgivable mistake, Black could be sure that his master, who had followed him all his life, would inevitably abandon him. Thus, the so-called righteousness of the fallen immortals that he had been following for more than 10,000 years was shattered. What fallen immortals? What descending from the upper realm? Go to hell. As long as he could survive, he could do whatever it took. So what if he betrayed again? Perhaps in the future, the fallen immortals would eventually come to 9 regions and turn everything into ashes, but as long as he could live for a quarter of an hour, it was worth it. The only problem was Luo Xiao, who had never trusted him and held the power of his life and death. If this kind of person was not eliminated, his betrayal would be meaningless. He was still in a precarious situation, and his life was hanging by a thread. The other party was likely to kick him out after he lost his value, just like the fallen immortals. Therefore, he must find a way to kill Luo Xiao. That Baldy was cunning and cautious, so the general method would not work. Setting a trap in Netherworld Mountain was the best opportunity. Only he was familiar with the operation of the law there, so he could take advantage of the terrain to eradicate Kanglan and Luo Xiao at once. He was the only one who could claim the huge credit. In this way, the previous killing in the Wuxian League could also be alleviated. Unfortunately, although his design was good, it fell short of success. Luo Xiao was really a powerful character. In the Netherworld Mountain Immortal Trap Array, he took advantage of the terrain to make a desperate fight, but he failed to really suppress him. Later, when Luo Xiao caught his breath, the series of performances did not leave any room for Black to fight back. Thus, the hero became a spy, and the road to life became a road to death. How ironic. When he thought about it carefully, this was really his own fault. He betrayed everyone, so he was betrayed by everyone. Wasn't this the most appropriate ending? It was just that, he was really not reconciled. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want it to end like this. There were still too many things to do, so how could he stop here? Facing the muzzle of Wang Lu's cannon, Black's body trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth to say the last sentence. However, at this moment, the muzzle suddenly moved away, revealing the bright smile on the face of the giant divine weapon. Ha ha ha, congratulations, you have successfully passed our final round of interview with this rich face. You don't understand? In fact, the reason is very simple. For a three-surnamed slave like you to seek refuge, we must be very careful. Although many of what Luo Xiao said just now were false accusations, as a hypothesis, we can't find any reason to refute it. Perhaps you are really playing the trick of injuring yourself to gain confidence, or perhaps in Netherworld Mountain, Kanglan is really taking the opportunity to recuperate. We can't make a conclusive judgment, so we have to make the situation a little more complicated. At this time, Black also gradually regained his ability to think. So, you cooperated with Luo Xiao to put on a show, to test my reaction? And the results are still satisfactory. Not to mention, I had already blasted through the Netherworld Mountain with one shot, but you didn't even look at it. If you are said to be a warrior who adheres to lofty ideals, this performance is really a little unreasonable. Luo Xiao also sneered. Until the last moment, he is thinking about his own life and death. Such a person, in a sense, is more reliable. As long as we control his life and death, we can ensure his loyalty. Black was silent for a long time. So, I have passed? Yes, you have passed. Welcome to the warm family of the Wuxian League. However, of course, in view of your previous performance, we can't give you the treatment of a formal member. Luo Xiao stretched out his hand. Originally, he has been my dog. I suggest that we let him start from a dog. I will shoulder the responsibility of the owner, how about it? Except for you, I'm afraid no one is interested in raising this dog. After Wang Lu finished speaking, he looked around again. Hey, what's with the expressions of the few supremes? After listening to us for so long, you still haven't figured out what happened? This comprehension seems to be a bit too low. The few supremes looked at each other. After a while, Zhuri sighed. Kuchin, that guy, left early. It was a wise choice. Sorry for updating so late. Chapter 773. Time always flew by unconsciously. On the stellar peak, on a whim, Feng Yin put down the writing brush in his hand and looked at the night sky with deep eyes. The stars were shining, and the light was panoramic. The soul-stirring battle with the immortal from the upper realm 10 years ago seemed to have happened yesterday. Every detail had been deeply engraved in his mind, and from time to time, ripples appeared in his mind, which made people feel a faint chill. In the battle with Kanglan Immortal, Feng Yin and the other Supremes only joined the battle halfway after receiving the warning. The process of the battle was not long, and there were only a few rounds in total. He too led the other 4 people to set up a cage with the 9 regions map, and then Kanglin broke through it. Then he forced the opponent to the sky, and Wang Wu, who was waiting in the sky, smashed him down with a mountain into the Netherworld mountain. In just a few rounds, everyone walked a few laps between life and death. At that time, if Feng Yin failed to detect the opponent's surprise attack in time and preemptively attacked with the stellar sword, perhaps Hichu Daoren would have been defeated by the Yin and Yang hands, and the entire 9 regions map would have fallen apart. If he hadn't left some true yuan to protect his body when he collided with the Yin and Yang hands, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to stop Kanglin's struggle. If Wang Wu didn't wait at a high place in advance and blocked Kanglin's way, then no one could control Kanglin after he rushed into the astral wind layer. It was really dangerous. It could be said that 9 regions would have slipped into the abyss. However, in the end, it was over. 10 years had passed. 10 years had passed since that battle. During this period, a lot of things had happened. For example, Mom, hurry up, or we can't catch up with the magic shuttle. There was a secluded town at the foot of Navy Blue Mountain. In the middle of an elegant courtyard, a little girl in a beautiful felt hat anxiously waved her arm to urge her mother. A moment later, a young woman walked out of the courtyard, carrying a small leather bag. She held the little girl's hand and unfolded a light muslin from the bag. Then, she carried the two of them and flew towards a tall tower outside the town. There was a spacious platform at the top of the tower, and many people had already gathered there. The mother and daughter found a place where there were fewer people and waited. The little girl was very lively. Not long after, she couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to run around, but was stopped by her mother. Fortunately, not long after, a flying shuttle flew over like lightning from the horizon. After stopping at the edge of the platform, the side hatch opened, revealing a spacious interior. A middle-aged cultivator came out and said in a clear voice, "We have arrived at Kankingshan Station, please hurry up and board the shuttle." The people who had been waiting on the platform for a long time began to board the flying shuttle one after another. From the outside, the flying shuttle looked to be over 300 feet long, and the widest part was only 4 or 5 feet wide. However, the interior was actually a spacious space of hundreds of square meters, which could accommodate thousands of people. After the passengers of Mount Zangyama came up, the shuttle didn't seem crowded. It didn't take long for the shuttle to start slowly, and before long, it climbed to the highest speed, really like lightning. The little girl was lying at the transparent window on the side of the shuttle, looking at the rapidly retreating scene outside the window with great interest, as if she was intoxicated. Most of the passengers who boarded the shuttle at Kankingshan Station were cultivators from the Navy Blue sect. Their cultivation base was between Qi cultivating stage and foundation establishment stage. With such cultivation base, they naturally couldn't talk about flying sword. However, the speed of this magic shuttle was comparable to the flying sword of a Daoist master of Yuanying stage, which was already an unimaginable speed for them. However, the size of 9 regions was enough to make most of the so-called high speed meaningless. After flying for more than an hour on the magic shuttle, they didn't even get out of the cloud region where Kankingshan was located. After all, the little girl didn't grow up, so she soon felt bored. She pouted and asked by the window, "Mom, when will we arrive at Netherworld Mountain?" "Don't worry, we'll be there soon." "How soon is soon?" The little girl was somewhat dissatisfied with her mother's perfunctory answer. She shook her mother's hand to make it clear. When her mother smiled bitterly, the middle-aged flight attendant who passed by replied with a smile, "There are still 2 hours, little sister, don't worry." "Well, okay." The little girl obviously showed a bitter face. "Hee, look at you, you can't wait for a moment? How about this? There is a model of the giant divine weapon on this magic shuttle, I'll get it for you to play." Okay. Her mother suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Excuse me, how much is it to rent the model of the giant divine weapon?" "It's free, this is a special discount of this shuttle." The stewardess smiled generously and then took out a foot-long humanoid toy model from the workshop. It was glittering with a metallic luster. He handed it to the little girl. This kind of model was usually only liked by boys. However, when the little girl saw the model, her eyes lit up, and even her saliva almost flowed out. She was so charmingly naive that the surrounding passengers couldn't help but laugh. The model was made by imitating the famous giant divine weapon. Every joint of the body could be moved and extended. If the user had cultivation base and poured magical power into the model, there could be more complex changes. It belonged to the professional version, so the price was very high. Unfortunately, the little girl had not yet begun to cultivate, so she couldn't use those complex functions. The game time always passed quickly. After a while, the magic shuttle stopped in front of a mountain. The flight attendant's voice echoed in the shuttle, "Passengers, we have arrived at the Netherworld Mountain Station. Please take your belongings and prepare to get off the shuttle." The little girl reluctantly returned the giant divine weapon model, but soon her attention was attracted by the scenery outside the shuttle. She hopped and dragged her mother forward. Outside the shuttle was also a platform of a tower. It was just that it was much larger than the tower at the foot of Navy Blue Mountain. Moreover, the platform was divided into multiple floors, and there were many shuttles parked at the edge of each floor. The shuttles were of different sizes, and the large ones were about 300 meters long, which looked magnificent. After the passengers on the shuttle got off, they quickly gathered together. On the platform, there were already cultivators in eye-catching clothes floating in the air in advance. Flying was prohibited on the platform, so it was very eye-catching. Those cultivators' cultivation base was not particularly high, but they all had quite good affinity, which made people have a good impression at first glance. Good afternoon, tourists. Welcome to the Netherworld Mountain Hall of Resistance against the Fallen Immortal. I am Xiaofan, the tour guide here. You can call me Little He. As Little He spoke, he flew to the depths of the Netherworld Mountain. The Netherworld Mountain was originally a barren mountain known as a forbidden area, but in recent years, it has been fully developed. A high platform was built outside the mountain where the shuttle could be docked, and the inside of the mountain was hollowed out and built into a world-famous memorial hall, which attracted thousands of people to visit every year. We all know that there is a very powerful enemy in 9 regions today called the Fallen Immortal. This word has been very popular in recent years, but in fact, as early as tens of thousands of years ago, some people realized the existence of the Fallen Immortal and began a long journey of struggle. First of all, let us come to the Great Desolation Hall to learn about the story of the Fallen Immortal in that era. There were a large number of antiques and materials on display in the hall. Most of them were the legacies left by the Dixian in the Tomb of Immortals. That was the evidence that they spent countless efforts to collect in those days. From the Desolation Age to their era, there were all kinds of information. In the guide's skillful explanation, the tourists were immersed in the washing of the long river of history. "Mom, when can we get to the Immortal Trap Array?" While people were quietly listening to Little He's explanation, the voice of a little girl seemed very attractive. The little girl's mother nodded apologetically to the others, looking very embarrassed. At this time, the tour guide Little He said with a smile, "Actually, I think it's not only this little sister, everyone should be a bit impatient to see the most important part of this memorial hall. Fortunately, our previous content is basically over. I will take everyone to the Immortal Trap Array to see the living fallen immortal. Please be mentally prepared, don't be too surprised when the time comes." Along the winding passage inside the Netherworld Mountain, the group soon came to an open and spacious place. "Everyone, look below. The man who is sitting cross-legged and motionless is the fallen immortal. His name is Kanglin, and he once forcibly came to 9 regions, which almost caused a great disaster. But don't be afraid, he has been completely sealed, trapped in the gap between time and space. For him, the passing of 10,000 years in the outside world is just like a breath of time. It's just that his breath of time will never end. In a sense, he is actually like a dead person. With that, little he suddenly landed on the ground, picked up a broken stone, and threw it at Kanglin, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, which hit him on the head. "Look, there will be no problem." "Ah. We can throw stones?" A tourist exclaimed in disbelief. "What if we wake him up?" Little he said with a smile, "Don't worry, the immortal trap array is still there, so he won't wake up no matter what. Just throw it at ease. He is an immortal, after all. With our means, even if we use our strongest spells, we won't be able to hurt him even half a hair. Is this really possible?" Little he nodded and said, "Of course, don't you see the instructions on the side? It was written by Taoist Master Wang Lu himself, so how could it be fake?" Everyone looked in the direction of Little He's finger and saw that it was written on the wall, "It is shameful to waste food, please do not throw food at will, or throw stones at will." The handwriting was indeed Wang Lu's handwriting. In addition to throwing stones, you can also draw whatever you want on his body, such as drawing turtles or insulting words. But this will cost extra, and then the staff will bring you up close to paint. If there is a need, you can tell me and I will contact them for you. Because the supply cannot meet the demand, the current market price is 10,000 spirit stones per word. We can keep it for you for the day. Every night, there will be staff to clean Kanglin's body. 10,000 spirit stones per word, just to keep it for a day, isn't that too expensive? He is an immortal, after all. To be able to leave words on an immortal, 10,000 spirit stones is not expensive at all. While Little he was bargaining with the tourist, the little girl said loudly, "Mom, I think there are already words on that uncle's body." Little he said with a smile, "Little girl has good eyesight." That's right, in the beginning, Taoist Master Wang Lu wrote words on his body. We won't paint these words, When he followed the little girl's gaze and saw the words on Kanglin's body, he suddenly felt that he could not continue. The little girl's eyes flashed with innocence. "I know that word, it's the word zheng. But why did he write the word zheng on that uncle's butt? And he didn't finish writing the word zheng. What does this mean?" Next to the immortal trap array, there was dead silence. No one knew how to answer such a question. Chapter 774. Report on the work of Netherworld Mountain Memorial Hall. Hey, last year's annual income has exceeded 10 million spirit stones. In recent years, it has really been operating well. On the stellar peak, Feng Taoist Master roughly read the annual work report presented by Netherworld Mountain Memorial Hall. His mouth praised again and again, and his heart was filled with emotion. 10 years ago, the fallen immortal was like a huge shadow that shrouded the hearts of the world. But now, the fallen immortal was displayed in the memorial hall as clay figurines for people to visit and even ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** considering the high fee, only children of the rich second generation could do it. However, the contrast was so great that people who had experienced the past 10 years could not help but sigh with emotion. It was not that no one questioned whether this behavior would create an atmosphere of blind optimism. In the memorial hall, the clown-like Kanglan immortal could not represent the true strength of the fallen immortal. Those who spent 10,000 spirit stones to write the character on Kanglans but could never imagine how Kanglan immortal, who only had 30% of his power, was able to deal with the top powerhouses in 9 regions with ease. With such blind optimism, once the crisis came, however, the person who designed this memorial hall also gave a very convincing defense. First, when did the safety of 9 regions depend on those at the bottom who would be blindly optimistic and pessimistic? Whether they were blindly optimistic or pessimistic, what could they do? When the war came, it was not their turn to contribute. It would be a good thing if they didn't add to the chaos. Therefore, instead of frightening them by saying how severe the crisis of the fallen immortal was, it was better to let them write the character Zheng happily. Second, when did it become your turn to tell me what to do with my decision? In the eyes of the knowledgeable people, the weight of the second reason was obviously much heavier. The kid who just entered yuanying stage 10 years ago had now become the world's #1 expert. In 9 regions, he could walk sideways and enjoy unlimited glory. This was actually beyond everyone's expectation. Although everyone already knew that with Wang Lu's ability, he would one day follow in the footsteps of Qin Shi Huang and great ancestor Desheng, far ahead of everyone else on the path of cultivation. But no matter how they thought about it, it would be decades or even centuries later. After all, it took him more than 30 years to reach yuanying stage. Even if there was no bottleneck in his void spirit route, and after breaking through the shackles, Wang Lu's cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. However, who would have thought that he would directly open a giant divine weapon at the bottom of the group of immortal tombs and become invincible from then on? At that time, many young people who looked up to Wang Lu were disillusioned. It was like a hot-blooded and inspirational story where the protagonist went through hardships and obstacles and finally succeeded in his business. When his career began to rise, suddenly, a distant relative left him an inheritance that was enough to buy an entire country. From then on, the protagonist could eat tea, eggs and drink cola, a magical Western beverage, every day with ease. This story was undoubtedly to educate everyone that self-struggle was not comparable to inheritance. The implication was too realistic and too dark. However, while countless people were envious and jealous of Wang Lu, they probably didn't know what Wang Lu himself had paid for it. With his qualification, ascending to immortality was by no means the end. Even in the immortal world, he would certainly be able to thrive. Even in Feng Yin's view, those glorious historical figures might not be comparable to him. For example, immortal Qin Shi Huang and great ancestor Desheng. 20 years of ascension was indeed an insurmountable peak, but did they ever fight against a sage-level enemy in the Shudan stage? Did they ever fight against Dixian when they were in the King Pill? Wang Lu's foundation was so deep that it had already surpassed the predecessors. With such a foundation, his future was really limitless. But now, in order to improve his strength as soon as possible in order to deal with the crisis of the fallen immortal, he locked himself in the giant divine weapon and assimilated with the law left by the predecessors. Although this could rapidly improve his strength in a very short period of time, it also damaged his future because he had lost his own path. Perhaps with Wang Lu's peerless qualification, he could still walk his own path, but it would be far more difficult than it was now. Of course, there was no need to say these words to others, otherwise, it would be hard to avoid the suspicion of showing off. However, the #1 expert in the world. Thinking of the dazzling halo that Wang Lu now held and the way he improved his strength, even the generous and simple Feng Yin felt slightly absent-minded. When he came back to his senses, he found that he somehow had a torch and a barrel of fuel in his hand. Strange, is this the temperature of the bamboo room out of balance, so I subconsciously want to keep warm? At the same time, in the southern heaven region, near the ruins of the group of immortal tombs, a huge metal puppet was doing incredible dexterity maneuvers in the air. Around it, there was a dense net of thick beams of light, which was like a storm of oppressive force. That huge puppet was thousands of meters tall, and the rain of beams of light not only came from all directions, but the distance between each beam was often only 10 meters or even less. In theory, there was no space to dodge, but the puppet could constantly change its posture to avoid most of the beams of light. A few that could not dodge, in front of the beam of light, opened up a hole in its body, allowing the beam of light to pass smoothly without detonating the huge energy contained in it. For a time, the raindrop-like beams of light fell on the body of the giant divine weapon, but they passed through without any hindrance, causing no harm at all. This dazzling dodging lasted for half an hour, and then the toe of the giant divine weapon burst out a ball of light. After being hit by the beam of light, the surface of the giant divine weapon only flashed a layer of light, which transferred the burst of energy away without any damage. However, the fact that it was hit still made it stop its dodging action, and then its body shrank sharply. A moment later, it shrank into a foot-long model, which was then held in the hand of a young man in a red and white robe. At the same time, the surrounding rain of light also converged and disappeared. Tetragon's sigh followed. It's still not good. If we can't even hold on for an hour with this kind of density, we can't be the main force on the frontal battlefield. Wang Lu, I think we need to increase the intensity of our training a little more. Wang Lu's hand trembled and he almost dropped the giant divine weapon. He said, "Are you done? Do you think the intensity should be increased like this?" Tetragon frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "What else? It's been 10 years, but the synchronization rate still can't exceed 50%. And God knows when the passage between the two worlds will be completely opened. At that time, when the fallen immortals attack, how many can you stop? 1, 2? You're indeed the strongest in 9 regions now, but do you really think that this title can stop the fallen immortals?" This series of doubts was really powerful. After a long silence, Wang Lu looked up to the sky and sighed with an expression of having experienced the vicissitudes of life. King want it again, don't you? Tetragon's face turned red, and then the sky changed color, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Don't talk nonsense. Who wants it? Wang Lu sneered and said, "What do you think? Every day, you complain that my synchronization rate is low. The problem is, we've been trying to improve the synchronization rate for 10 years, but isn't it still the same trick? If you don't want to use that trick again, why do you have to talk about these clichés? Do you think I don't know what I'm capable of? Or do you think I'll relax and get carried away?" So, in the final analysis, it's you who wants it. After a pause, Wang Lu looked at the blushing Tetragon and earnestly said, "In fact, it's not shameful to want it. It's human nature to eat and lust. As a healthy woman, it's natural for you to have a need. If you tell me directly, I will definitely not refuse you. Of course, it doesn't mean that I'm a very casual person, but this is, after all, about 9 regions. If we do official business, no one can say anything. If you're so tsundere, it's a bit revealing." "Nonsense. You're the tsundere, your whole family is tsundere. I think there's something wrong with your brain." Wang Lu thought for a moment and then said, "It's okay, as long as the key parts are not damaged." "Well, do you want it or not? Want your sister? Go to hell." With that, Tetragon shot a purple light at him. Wang Lu leaned his head to avoid it, but when he turned around, Tetragon had disappeared without a trace. Wang Lu waited in place for a while and then launched his primordial spirit to scan every grass and tree within a radius of thousands of miles. After confirming that there was no trace of Senior Gem Emperor, he sighed wearily and then slowly fell to the ground. As soon as he landed, someone came to find him. What a waste of God's gift. The voice was full of envy, jealousy, and other negative emotions. Moreover, the tone was very familiar. If it wasn't Wang Wu, who else could it be? It's such a waste for such a good young girl to fall into your hands. Wang Lu righteously corrected him. First, she only looks a bit petite. Her real age is the sum of our ages, divided by the minimum legal age. It's not illegal for me to push her 1,000 times. Second, she didn't fall into my hands. We're just in a business relationship. Following orders to have sex. You're quite good at finding excuses for yourself. Wang Wu was still gnashing her teeth in hatred. You're opening a large mechanical man and flirting with a peerless young girl. Don't you think your days are too good? Wang Lu was silent for a while and asked, "From your tone, you also want it?" Wang Wu snorted at this question. "Do you still need to ask? I want it at any time. Let's see how much you can give. Let's not talk about a lot. I can give 10 or 20,000. Damn, 10 or 20,000? Are you trying to kill a chicken? Do you know how many mouths I have to feed here? Think about it carefully. If you, the world's number one, can't handle the situation, I'll have to step in when there's a problem. So hurry up and give me 200 million spirit stones. 200 million. I don't have spirit stones, but I do have some others. Chapter 775. In the Spirit Creek town at the foot of Spirit Sword Mountain, the former simple and crude Rue family inn was now a bustling place full of guests. The small wooden building was demolished and replaced by a 10-story high-rise building. Usually, each floor was overcrowded. The lady boss was no longer alone in the kitchen of the inn. Wonderful chefs from all over the 9 regions were busy here, providing all kinds of delicious food that could make people's appetite increase. At this moment, in the lobby of the first floor of the inn, there were a few cultivators wearing different Taoist robes chatting and drinking wine. One of them was a young man in a blue and white robe who looked about 25 or 26 years old. He was beaming with joy and enthusiasm. Haha, you say I'm bragging? If that's the case, then you don't understand me at all. I, Wang Zhong, may not be outstanding in terms of cultivation, but I'm a loyal person. This is publicly acknowledged. My name, Wang Zhong, was given to me by my young master. The person at the same table suddenly laughed and slapped the table. Ha ha ha, it's as if it's true. What kind of person is Taoist Master Wang Lu? How could he live with you and give you a name? Even if you're dreaming, it's too ridiculous. F***ck. You don't believe me? Then open your dog eyes and see clearly, what is this? Wang Zhong was indignant. He took out a piece of drawing paper from his mustard seed bag, on which there was a row of young people with different expressions. Look, this is the group portrait that Elder Hua Yun made for us after the immortal gathering. See this person? This is me at that time. Next to him is our young master, who is now the famous Taoist Master Wang Lu. If we weren't close, how could we stand together? Several of his friends came over to take a closer look and saw a young boy who looked 50 to 60% similar to the current Wang Zhong, standing next to Wang Lu. It was just that, why does Taoist Master Wang Lu look like he dislikes you? Did you two really have a close relationship with each other? Wang Zhong was anxious. How could it be fake? Look at this. With that, he took out another piece of drawing paper. When we were in the Wang family village, the master asked a painter to draw a portrait of our family. See me? I'm the one standing next to Taoist Master Wang Lu. The few of them carefully examined him and finally found some traces of Wang Zhong's shadow on the dull-looking child. They reluctantly agreed with Wang Zhong's words. Alas, unexpectedly, the number one in 9 regions is quite down-to-earth when he was young. I've always heard people say that Taoist Master Wang Lu is the chosen one of heaven, and that he was born with a strange phenomenon, which he was destined to be extraordinary. It seems that it is just a rumor of the later. Wang Zhong curled his lips and thought to himself, you haven't seen him bickering with the landlord, old Master Wang, in the wilderness of the Wang family village. But now it was not appropriate for him to say anything, so he just smiled and said nothing. But, Wang Zhong, since you were so close to Taoist Master Wang Lu, why are you so miserable now? At that time, Wang Zhong felt that his molars were cracked, thinking, this group of grandsons came all the way to Blue River region to get some mileage. They ate and drank from me, but when I boasted a few words at the dinner table, they stabbed my sore spot. It seems that it's really necessary to break up with 1 or 2 people as a warning to others. However, when asked, he couldn't avoid answering. Wang Zhong had to sigh and said, how could an ordinary person like me keep up with the footsteps of Taoist Master Wang Lu? And since I can't keep up, I don't want to drag him down. For me, having a friendship with Taoist Master Wang Lu was a blessing in 3 lifetimes. But for Taoist Master Wang Lu, I'm a complete burden. Although he has always taken care of me, I should have self-awareness. Therefore, I gradually broke up with him, so as not to drag him down in the future. His friends at the table immediately showed infinite respect for him and urged him to drink. Wang Zhong smiled bitterly and drank it, and then began to boast again. Before long, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the group of people had drunk the immortal wine until they were dizzy. Wang Zhong came up and said, "Actually, it's really hard to be friends with Taoist Master Wang Lu. For a dazzling person like him, if you get too close to him, you will be blinded. Not to mention me, this insignificant person, aren't the situation of the other successor disciples of our Lingjian school the same? Just like senior sister Lu Li, what a peerless talent. Her brilliant sword heart is powerful, haven't you all heard about it? But what about now? She was left behind by Taoist Master Wang Lu until her back can't be seen. By the way, Elder Chen, the situation of your Xingjing sect's Qianghua is similar, right? In those days, she was always the first among her peers, steadily suppressing the other lead disciples. What about now?" The cultivator named Elder Chen said with a wry smile, "Now? Right now, even our old Supreme Hichu can't suppress the glory of Taoist Master Wang Lu, so what if senior sister Qianghua is powerful? Speaking of which, Taoist Master Wang Lu is too outrageous." In the bottom of the group of immortal tombs, he went from the number 1 disciple to the number 1 in 9 regions. How could we, who have worked so hard to cultivate, endure this? Forget it, don't say these sour words. Even if that giant divine weapon is handed over to you, can you drive it? A cultivator next to him shook his head. I heard my master and uncles mention it when they were chatting. In addition to Wang Lu, I'm afraid there's no third person in the world who can drive that giant divine weapon. Moreover, the leader of the Dixian sect only recognizes Wang Lu. This is not luck, it's all based on ability. But, you're right, it's really hard to be friends with such a person. Speaking of which, you just mentioned Taoist Master Lu Li. I heard that she used to have an unusual relationship with Taoist Master Wang Lu, is that true? When Wang Zhong heard this question, he couldn't help but think, you ask me, but who the hell should I ask? I'm just an ordinary inner court disciple, how could I talk to those high and mighty successor disciples? Would they come to me to talk about their emotional problems? Moreover, if Lu Li really couldn't think it through and came to me to talk about it, I would dare to listen. People who know too much will not have a good end. However, thinking of how he had boasted at the table just now, Wang Zhong couldn't just say that he didn't know. He coughed and said, in the past, they were indeed close, but now? Taoist Master Wang Lu is, after all, too high and mighty, so their relationship is estranged. The so-called immortal and mortal are different. In fact, it's the same for cultivators who set foot on the immortal path. Taoist Master Wang Lu of immortal level and senior sister Lu Li, who has just broken through to Yuanying stage, are not people of the same world. Everyone suddenly sighed, and then one of them suddenly said in surprise, so, does that mean my big brother Zhan Zai has a chance? I heard that in the past, he was infatuated with Taoist Master Lu Li. Now that Taoist Master Lu Li has been kicked by Taoist Master Wang Lu, my big brother's chance has come. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong's jaw nearly dislocated, thinking, don't you have king brain? Saying such treacherous words at the foot of our Lingjian school, do you think you've lived too long? At the same time, he was annoyed that he shouldn't have mistakenly made friends with these bandits. These 10,000 art sect clowns were really a disaster. The next moment, Wang Zhong's ominous premonition unfortunately came true. You guys seem to be having a good time. Wang Zhong suddenly felt that he was sober from his drunkenness. The voice that came from behind him was so familiar, which had long left a deep impression in Wang Zhong's heart. Even if decades had passed, it would not fade in the slightest. Lady boss. He never thought that the lady boss, who was no longer in charge of the inn's work, would actually appear here. However, the lady boss simply ignored him. Her eyes arrogantly glanced at the clown of 10,000 Arts Sect. "You're from 10,000 Arts Sect? Go back and tell your senior brother to do more things and dream less. At this time, other people can live a befuddled life, but he can't. If you can't concentrate your mind on cultivation, you might as well have a sterilization operation as soon as possible. Your own peach blossom calamity hasn't been cleansed yet, so don't have the idea of hitting other people's women." After a pause, the lady boss continued, "Although that kid Wang Lu is not a kind person, he has always been generous to the people around him. If there's a chance, he would never stand idly by. Therefore, you don't have to worry about whether Lu Li and the others can keep up with Wang Lu. Wang Lu has already thought of a way to help them quickly improve their strength. Not to mention, it's not a problem for them to reach the level of supreme." With that, the lady boss of the Ru family turned around and left. As she walked, she frowned and muttered to herself, "What the hell, who's that stinking brat in blue and white clothes? He looks familiar, but I can't recognize him." The cultivator of 10,000 Arts Sect, who was pointed at by her, suddenly stood up. "You said that Taoist Master Wang Lu is generous to the people around him, so why did he leave Wang Zhong alone? I heard that Taoist Master Lu Li broke through Yuanying stage a few years ago with the help of Taoist Master Wang Lu, and now there's a shortcut to Supreme, so why didn't he consider Wang Zhong?" The lady boss didn't even turn her head. His face value is too low. At the same time, in the Southern Heaven region, Wang Lu, who had just finished his soul-stirring synchronization rate improvement special training, quickly began his new work before he could catch his breath. 10 years had passed, and earth-shaking changes had taken place in 9 regions. However, Wang Lu's busyness had not changed at all. There were still many things that needed him to deal with, and each of them was of great importance, so he couldn't afford to be careless. A cultivator with a rigid and serious expression stood beside Wang Lu and reported, "Taoist Master Wang Lu, the heaven-breaking workshop reported that they are ready to be tested at any time." Wang Lu smiled. "Very good, I'll go now." With that, his figure flashed, and in a twinkling of an eye, he appeared thousands of miles away, in the underwater world of the Red Sea in the eastern border region. After more than 10 years of synchronization with the giant divine weapon, Wang Lu's use of the power of the giant divine weapon had become more and more free and easy. With just a lift of his hand, he had the power to tear the space and penetrate the tunnel. However, if not for this, he wouldn't have come to the Red Sea so casually. This beautiful sea was now one of the forbidden areas of 9 regions, because the workshop on the seabed was busy building the ultimate weapon that could determine the future fate of 9 regions. In the empty and spacious testing area of the workshop, row of dozens of meters-long metal giants stood quietly on one side. A cultivator in white said nervously to Wang Lu, "Taoist Master Wang Lu, the latest batch of test machines have passed the verification procedure, and now they are waiting for you to personally test them." Wang Lu nodded. "Let's get started." Among the row of test machines, a light blue giant suddenly trembled all over, and its eyes glowed with a glimmer of light. Then it took a step forward, and its heavy footsteps shook the testing area slightly. The giant walked to the center of the testing area, nodded slightly to Wang Lu, and then a sweet and lovely girl's voice came out from it, Senior brother, I'm ready." Wang Lu let out a sigh of relief, and then stretched out 3 fingers of his right hand forward, releasing a golden polygon. "Lu Li, attack me." "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, the metal giant spat out a dazzling light from its palm. Wang Lu frowned slightly, only to feel the pressure on his arm increase sharply. The golden polygon also deformed violently and almost collapsed. "Okay, Stop. Wang Lu smiled and took back his absolute domain. Although it was just a casual release, although he didn't deploy the giant divine weapon at this time, which led to only about 20% of the power output, this was still enough to match the supreme level defense. Lu Li could stab the absolute domain with her sword, so her attack power had already firmly stood at the supreme level. Considering that there were still many details that needed to be adjusted, and there was room for further improvement in performance, it could be said that this test machine was a success. And this result was also clearly seen by the other staff in the workshop, and many of them had already cheered. The one who stood next to Wang Lu and was responsible for reporting the results of the work was so excited that his whole body trembled. Daoist Master Wang Lu, it seems that this time, it's really a success. Wang Lu nodded. Yes, this time, it finally looks like it can be used in actual combat. The staff member excitedly asked, by the way, since this batch of machines can be put into actual combat, then may I ask Daoist Master, have you thought of a name for this batch of machines? Name? Wang Lu frowned. These test machines are the mass-produced models that I designed by dividing the fire from the giant divine weapon and combining the resources of the Tomb of Immortals and the Wuxia League. The performance will be worse than the original, but it can be made up for with quantity. In this case, let's call it Zaku. Chapter 776. The Red Sea Underwater Workshop's new experimental machine, Zaku, has achieved comprehensive success. Good, good, good. On the stellar peak, the tired-looking Feng Yin Daoist master suddenly raised his spirit and praised it several times. His tiredness was swept away. For a person who continuously dealt with high-intensity official business, it was not easy to find an eye-catching document in a mountain of official documents. In recent years, the work that Feng Yin took over became more and more onerous. The Kunlun lenses on the bridge of his nose were changed again and again, and each time, it was a bit heavier than before. However, most of the official reports only made people feel worse, and the good news was very limited. In the past 10 years, the world only felt that the world was peaceful and everything was thriving, but they could not see the hidden crisis behind the prosperity. If there was no great crisis, how could the immortal cultivation world be peaceful and prosperous? Even the righteous path and the demons who had deep resentment had put down their contradictions and worked together. If there was no very special reason, how could it be possible? The crisis of the fallen immortals was not alleviated by the victory 10 years ago. On the contrary, it was precisely because the victory against Kanglan came too quickly that it alerted the enemy. No matter how slow and careless the fallen immortals in the upper realm were, after losing a fierce general, they would certainly realize that the current 9 regions was not a fish on the chopping block. Once the fallen immortals took it seriously, how could the current 9 regions have any hope of winning? Over the past 10 years, whether it was the Wuxia League or the Dixian in the Tomb of Immortals, everything they did was to strive for more chances of winning and more hope. Unfortunately, after 10 years, the dark clouds above their heads were still as gloomy as before. Fortunately, the good news from the bottom of the Red Sea could be regarded as a glimmer of light. The first 12 Zaku have all been assigned to their positions. The pilot will complete the initial integration within 3 months. The synchronization rate is expected to reach 20%, and they have the fighting power of deity stage. After reading the report of the Red Sea in detail, Feng Yin could not help but push up his glasses. This pair of thick Kunlun mirror was, of course, not to alleviate myopia, but to enable Feng Yin to launch his stellar divine eyes with less consumption and to see the accurate future from thousands of cause and effect lines. 12 more soul formation cultivators in 3 months. This new prototype is indeed impressive. By the standard of the fallen immortals, the deity stage cultivators could only play the role of cannon fodder at most. In fact, after the Age of Chaos, even natural spirit root was rare in the immortal cultivation world. Otherwise, Shengjing sect's man-made spirit route wouldn't be so popular. As for the third condition, it was even more difficult. The challenge rating +8 mentioned by Wang Lu basically narrowed the choice by more than half. In the vast 9 regions, no matter how rare a King Pill Yuanying stage cultivator was, it could still be found. However, the challenge rating +8 meant that it was close to a whole stage. A +8 Daoist master who had just entered the King Pill stage could already beat an ordinary high-level King Pill Yuanying stage cultivator. This kind of fierce person was basically at the level of the lead disciple of a top-rank sect. Although there were many sects in the Wuxia League, there were only a few top-rank sections. And the lead disciple of those sects might not necessarily have the cultivation base of King Pill Yuanying stage. 100 people. Feng Yin Daoist master thought for a while. Combined with his current situation and his stellar divine eyes, he quickly made a judgment. If all the forces in 9 regions are mobilized, we should be able to gather 100 qualified people. And 100 Supremes and even Dixian stage cultivators are a powerful force that can't be ignored. The only question is whether the output of the Red Sea underwater workshop can keep up. In order to make these 12 zakus, the Wuxia League had already spent a lot of resources. More importantly, the core fire that made up the zakus was separated from the prototype by Wang Lu, and only he could produce it. According to Wang Lu, this separation was more similar to duplication, which would not hurt the source. However, the process was very complicated, very laborious, and the result was not stable. The type of fire produced was highly random. Some were powerful, and some were simply waste. These 12 zakus were the enhanced type that Wang Lu had accumulated for 5 years. However, it was impossible for Wang Lu to spend all his time separating the fire, so the production limit was very serious. However, just as he thought of this, Feng Yin saw that in the report, Wang Lu wrote, as the core component of the giant divine weapon, the quality of the fire is very important. The next step will be to try our best to improve the quality and production of the fire. Wang Lu wrote this part roughly, but Feng Yin Daoist master could see from the short text that Wang Lu was probably going to make a big move next. The words, "try our best," were not written casually. After thinking for a long time, Feng Yin Daoist master commented on the report, "This work is well done. I hope that the next work will be carried out in an orderly manner to ensure the effectiveness." After writing this report, Feng Yin Daoist master sighed, took off his glasses and decided to take a break. However, at this time, a golden flying sword flew over with a thin document. Request for instructions on the suspension of business in the Netherworld Mountain Memorial Hall? From Wang Lu. In the long night, in the deep darkness without a trace of light, a glimmer of light finally appeared. His instinctive yearning for the light caused the prisoner in the darkness to subconsciously approach it. However, behind the light was a figure that he hated to the bone. "It's been a long time, Senior Kenglin." XXXXXXXX. Calm down, speak human language. Howling like a baboon now won't help you improve your condition. Or are you in heat again and need me to write a few more words for you? As soon as he finished speaking, the volcano in the darkness was extinguished. Kenglin stopped howling and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" "I want to ask you something." "You think I'll answer?" "Then I'm here to write." "What do you want to know?" Wang Lu asked, "What's going on in the immortal realm?" Kenglin glanced at Wang Lu and did not answer. Wang Lu asked, "Why, you can't answer? You're restrained from divulging relevant information?" "It's not surprising, but I'm curious, is 9 regions worth so much attention for you guys? It's just a novice village. In terms of the surrounding spiritual energy, it can't be compared with the immortal world before the age of chaos. Now, it's simply a wasteland. In terms of vast land and abundant resources, it is rumored that the immortal world is vast and boundless. 9 regions is just a drop in the ocean in the immortal world. In terms of the quality of talent, all the people in our continent together may not be able to beat a great principal golden immortal. I don't know what the highest realm on your side is, so I'll just call it golden immortal for the time being. So, what are you guys doing here? Refining this world and turning it into a sacred magical tool? Killing all the creatures in 9 regions to refine a demonic treasure? But when I saw that you guys destroyed the demon world, there was no follow-up action. I really can't figure it out. After a series of questions, Kanglin still didn't say a word. Wang Lu smiled and said, after saying so much, you can't even answer a single question. It seems that the organization discipline on your side is quite strong, so let's talk about something easy. In your opinion, what do you think of my current strength? Kanglin chuckled and said nothing. It doesn't seem to be that good? But it doesn't look too bad, at least it's worth your time. So, what if I say that I can be 10 times stronger now? Kanglin was silent for a moment and then said, it doesn't make sense. Yes, a mere 10 times can't form an absolute crushing. However, it sounds like as long as I'm 10 times stronger, at least in terms of one-on-one fighting, it's enough to be on the stage. Kanglin shook his head and said, it doesn't make sense. Wang Lu ignored him and just speculated about his response and tone. Under the ideal condition of 100% synchronization rate, my fighting capacity can be about 2 to 3 times that of yours. I can occupy an absolute advantage and even kill you in seconds, but my strength is still on the same level. If this level can be on the stage. It seems that your group of fallen immortals is only 1 or 2 stages ahead of us, not as strong as we think. Is this because you guys are also a very weak group in the immortal world? When it came to this issue, Kanglin became silent again, but there was a slight change in his demeanor. Wang Lu asked again, speaking of which, there's one more thing that I find strange. You bunch of good-for-nothing scums do whatever you want in the lower realm. Is there no one who cares about those great principal golden immortals, supreme immortals, and the like? 9 regions has the Wuxia League, and the Western continent has the Holy Light religion, but there's no governing body like the Heavenly Court in the immortal world? Kanglin was still silent. TSK, you don't know anything, and you refuse to say anything useful. It's all based on my subjective guess. In that case, it seems that there's no need to liberate you from this memorial hall. You can continue to meditate here for people to write. See you in 10,000 years. Wait. Chapter 777. Since ancient times, the Southern Heaven region had been a remote border region in the corner of 9 regions. It was once known as the Desert of the Immortal Cultivation World along with Blue River region. There were only a few talents in the vast land, and the strength of Beast Master School could be called a local tyrant. Later, the Lingjian School appeared in Blue River region, and the title of the Desert of the Immortal Cultivation World was finally taken off. The Southern Heaven region was even more unique. After the entrance to the group of immortal tombs was opened, it once became the hub of 9 regions. In terms of prosperity and change with each passing day, even the central region was not as good as the Southern Heaven region. However, since the group of immortal tombs was fully developed 10 years ago and the treasures at the bottom came out, the Southern Heaven region had turned from prosperity to decline, like a depleted gold mine. The prosperity of Plentiful City and the City of Immortals continued habitually, but it was weak, and the gradual decline had become a foregone conclusion. Until 3 years ago, the large area of the group of immortal tombs in the Southern Heaven region was designated as a controlled area overnight. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter and exit at will, and many industries in the city were forced to move out. Although the Wuxia League would give compensation, the Southern Heaven region had completely declined. Because this change came too fast, the economic bubble of the group of immortal tombs burst ahead of time. Because of this, there were countless people who hanged themselves. The famous cliff in the Southern Heaven region often saw people jumping off the cliff like dumplings, which could be regarded as a spectacle in 9 regions in recent years. Because of this serious consequence, the Wuxia League, which issued the ban, naturally had to bear the pressure of public opinion. Even if the person who issued the ban was jointly signed by Wang Lu and Hichu, it could not stop the mouth of the people in the Southern Heaven region. For this reason, in the high-level meeting of Heavenly Sage Hall, the elders from the Southern Heaven region repeatedly launched an attack against the motion of Xingjing sect and Lingjian school. There were even signs of unrest among several immortal cultivation sects in the Southern Heaven region. However, what the Southern Heaven region could do was only this. Perhaps 10 years ago, they could still use various resources to protect their own interests. Now, however, when the joint document of Wang Lu and Hichu was issued, this matter was the general trend, and no one could stop it. The current Wuxia League was far more powerful than 10 years ago. It could command the world and no one could disobey it. Because the current Wuxia League had mastered a superpower that could shake the world. Bai Zai, you still won't give up? On the grassland, Bai Zai's lonely figure seemed especially small. Compared to 10 years ago, he seemed to have aged a lot, but his eyes still contained a bright light, showing that he had not lost his sharpness. Instead, because of the 10 years of tempering, he had become more reserved. However, the woman in front of him was as beautiful as she was 10 years ago. Her face was perfect and flawless. Faced with his old friend's question, Bai Zai chuckled. It's not about giving up or not giving up. I'm just doing what I should do. What's the point of wandering aimlessly on the grassland? Bai Zai, everyone is waiting for you. I know. Bai Zai's smile didn't change. Did Lu Biechen help you find me? Otherwise, how can we find you if you hide so deeply? Xian Mo was a little angry. You still can't accept us joining the Wuxia League? If you agree to bet, you must accept to lose. There's nothing unacceptable. We lost the grand competition, and the Wuxia League has been recognized and inherited by the boss. Even Tetragon is dead set on Wang Lu's side. Under such circumstances, what else can we do but join? You made the right choice and did not use your precious power for internal friction. This remark slightly startled Xian Mo. Bai Zai was right, but it was not like what Bai Zai would say. In her memory, Bai Zai was a straightforward person. When he encountered something, he would deny it first. He rarely recognized anything and rarely recognized anyone. Many people used to call him a mad dog. If it weren't for the fact that this mad dog was also the loyal dog of Sun Buping, he would have been pushed out long ago. However, now it seemed that Bai Zai had changed a lot. Xian Mo was silent for a while and then asked, "Do you blame Tetragon for banishing you and me?" How could I? At that time, in that environment, Tetragon just made the most correct choice. It can only be said that Black's calculation was too deep, which made her lose her mind. However, for Black to be able to do that, it was my responsibility. If I had the highest veto power at that time, he would not have dared to be so unscrupulous. Since you don't blame Tetragon, what exactly do you want to do? As I said, I'm doing what I should do. When the boss asked me to be his deputy, he needed me to check and fill in the gaps for him. His kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Even if I die, I can't repay his kindness. But now, although I don't want to admit it, Wang Lu has received the inheritance of the boss, so I regard him as the new boss. Xian Mo was even more surprised when he heard this. Bai Zai's hatred for Wang Lu and his master Wang Wu was so strong that it could be said that they could not live under the same sky. Unexpectedly, after 10 years, he had become so open-minded. He is the successor of the boss. Even if I have hatred in my heart, I will endure it. Bai Zai explained. In that case, there is no reason for you not to come back. On the contrary, because the current Wang Lu does not need me by his side. He is the successor of the boss, but he is not the reincarnation of the boss. Do you think he needs a noisy person who keeps telling him what he did wrong? Xian Mo was stunned. It was indeed hard to imagine that Wang Lu would allow others to casually question him. In a sense, Wang Lu was much more headstrong than Sun Buping. It's not headstrong, it's just a difference in the style of doing things. He doesn't need others to deny him, because he can do it himself. So, even if I go back now, I can't do anything. Instead, I will annoy my companions because of my habit. So, why bother? But, Bai Zai interrupted, Xian Mo, what do you think of our situation now? Xian Mo sternly said, it's very serious. Yes, it's very serious. In my opinion, it's not surprising that the fallen immortals would swarm in at any time. 10 years ago, they defeated Kanglin, which must have alerted the upper realm. Maybe it's not that, don't lie to yourself. Bai Zai suddenly raised his voice and said, think about the layout of the fallen immortals when we were asleep. Do you think they are a group of brave but not astute boors? Do you think they are a mob without any strategy or planning? Even the loss of a loyal dog can attract Kanglin in the first place. Do you think Kanglin has no backup plan? That's why we should gather our forces to deal with the crisis, isn't it? So what if we gather our forces? Will the Wanxian League lack my strength now? The mass-produced giant divine weapon that Wang Lu recently took out can have a fighting power that is not inferior to mine when its performance is exerted to the extreme. And that batch of mass-produced giant divine weapon is 12 of them. What is a mere Bai Zai? You can't count it like that, yes, because Wang Lu definitely has more than one card in his hand. I still remember 10 years ago, when you just surrendered to the Wanxian League, you were still a bit condescending and felt that you were condescending. Now, how many of you still don't know what's good for you? Xian Mo was silent. As Bai Zai said, at first, when the whole Dixian people surrendered to the Wanxian League, although they didn't say it, their hearts were indeed not convinced. Even if it was Tetragon's order, plus Wang Lu had the inheritance of Sun Buping. However, it was not so easy to make a group of Dixian people, who were at the peak of the Mahayana realm, surrender to a group of later generations cultivators who were only half a step away from the Mahayana realm. However, in the next 10 years, Wang Lu's means became more and more numerous, especially his own strength became stronger and stronger. With a synchronization rate of 50%, he was able to crush any cultivator in the world. Thus, the voice of dissatisfaction was much less. Bai Zai said, my own strength is insignificant compared to the whole, so instead of joining the whole, it's better to do something that can only be done as an individual. I believe that for Wang Lu, he is also happy to see someone who has nothing to do with him help him do something. Although Bai Zai's words didn't say it clearly, how could Xian Mo not hear the true meaning behind the words? What the hell are you doing? Bai Zai said, think about it, after Kanglin was suppressed, what could the upper realm have done in the past 10 years? Although they didn't forcibly cross the passage between the two worlds again and send new fallen immortals, there must be other actions. For example, have you ever thought about how much of 9 regions has been infiltrated by them in the 16,000 years that we have been sleeping? How many traitors are there lurking in the shadows like black? And in the past 10 years, how much influence have they exerted on 9 regions without us noticing? Hearing this, Xian Mo was secretly shocked and said, you already know? Unfortunately, it's not clear, at least not completely. Bai Zai shook his head and said, but there are already some clues. For example, when Kanglin came 10 years ago, perhaps there was another person who came with him. What? Hey, you said there was another person who came with you? In the Netherworld Mountain, Wang Lu was quite surprised by this answer. Yes, but I don't know who that person is. According to the rules, when something happened to Black, should be the only one who came to the lower realm in an emergency. But when the passage opened, I seemed to see someone coming behind me. Well, since you can say this, it means, well, that person came against the rules, so his existence will not be protected by the rules. Wang Lu pondered for a moment and said, "In your place, are the rules a very strict thing?" "Can't say." "Then let me ask another question. In your impression, are there many people who might do things that violate the rules?" "Not many, but I can't accurately judge his identity." "Then what do you think is the reason why that guy came to 9 regions secretly and didn't do anything for 10 years? Perhaps he was scared, because you were suppressed, so he was scared? Could it be that simple? At that time, you were besieged and annihilated because you were not in a good state. But after 10 years, that person should have fully recovered, right? How could a complete fallen immortal be so cowardly?" "I don't know, maybe it was just my illusion at that time." The conversation in the dark paused for a while, and then Wang Lu faintly said, "In any case, this information will be credited to you." Then, the prisoner in the dark was suddenly full of expectation. "From now on, the price of writing on your body will be raised to 50,000 spirit stones per word." "What?" "This is to use economic means to regulate market behavior." Chapter 778. The 10 years after the suppression of Kanglan Immortal were the most glorious 10 years of the Wuxian League. After the Wuxian League was fully subdued by Dixian, the power of the immortal cultivation world became highly centralized. The Wuxian League was in charge of the world and the life and death of the immortal cultivation world. No wonder some people would sigh and say that this was the best 10 years, but also the worst 10 years. The immortal cultivation world had never been so prosperous. The overall cultivation base of the cultivators had advanced by leaps and bounds, and the production of elixirs and magical treasures had doubled. However, it had never been so restricted. Every move of the sect was controlled by others, and their independence and autonomy were suppressed to a tragic situation. Many elite disciples, who were regarded as the future hope of the sect, were directly transferred by the Wuxian League and joined other organizations. Even the executives of the sect would be transferred by the Wuxian League. Some weak sects would often be supported by powerful personnel. It was just that the arrival of powerful personnel was often accompanied by the weakening of the original power. The immortal cultivation world suffered such a strong turbulence that the voice of opposition was naturally needless to say. However, this system was still strongly implemented. In the final analysis, it was because of 2 words: wartime system. 10 years ago, the invincible and tyrannical strength of Kanglan Immortal was no secret in the high-level circle of the Wuxian League. Thinking that there would be dozens of such enemies in the future, and each of them would be in a complete state. No matter how much 9 regions did, it would not be too much to be extreme. According to Wang Lu, this kind of planned economy under the wartime system was undoubtedly effective as a short-term stimulant. Of course, the side effects were also unquestionable. Especially when he himself had to spend a lot of energy to improve the synchronization rate of the giant divine weapon and to make the fire seed, he could only rely on the management of the Wuxian League more. However, not all of the elders of the Heavenly Sage Hall could keep up with Wang Lu's thinking. Their actions were often rigid, and their decrees were often out of shape. Sometimes, Wang Lu had the time to correct his mistakes. Sometimes, he was pestered by Tetragon to undergo special training for many days. Since the decree had already been issued, it was not appropriate to withdraw it at will. He could only go with the flow. With the vastness of 9 regions and the high centralization of power in the Wuxian League, there were so many official affairs that needed to be dealt with that it was impossible to examine them one by one. But this time, when Wang Lu saw the report, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A report on strengthening the spiritual civilization of the Wuxian League? Let me see. TSK, strengthen cultural control and create a harmonious and progressive cultural atmosphere. Severely crack down on all kinds of negative culture and purify the cultural environment. Which King idiot came up with this? Hearing Wang Lu's impolite words, Hai Yunfan shook his head helplessly and said, "It's Supreme Jury. TSK, sure enough, it's him." Wang Lu sneered and said, "After living for hundreds of years, has his brain become a fossil?" Hearing this, Hai Yunfan felt a little cold sweat on his back. In 9 regions, there were only a few people who dared to be so rude to several top supremes, and Wang Lu was undoubtedly the most rude one among them. When he was still a cultivator of King Pill, he had already served as the chief planner of the organizing committee. With the support of Hichu Daoran, he was lawless. Now, he was the number 1 in 9 regions, so of course, he had no scruples in doing things. Once he made up his mind, even Hichu Daoran could not stop him. Of course, Wang Lu was not unreasonable. As long as he was willing to communicate with him seriously and persuade him to agree, he would make concessions and compromise. However, in 9 regions, there were not many people who dared to talk in front of him and try to persuade him. And of course, Hai Yunfan would always be one of them. Although Supreme Jury's thinking is a bit rigid, I think he did the right thing this time. It's necessary to strengthen thought control in the wartime system. Didn't you do the same thing in the grand competition? Little Hai, you're actually comparing me to Jury? Wang Lu closed his eyes and shook his head. Of course, it's not wrong to strengthen thought control. The mistake is that the method is clumsy, which makes people disgusted, and then backfires. How did I do it in the City of Immortals? Can Jury really copy it? With his means and IQ? Moreover, the most critical problem was that, in the grand competition, the opponents were clearly in front of us. Those ancient Earth Immortals would compete with us every day. However, we could use victory after victory to stimulate everyone and let them forget the unhappiness for a while. But now, can you catch me a living fallen immortal to brush up the honor? The one in the memorial hall was almost broken by me. No matter how I humiliate him, the people can't get more stimulation. So tell me, at this time, what can I do to make the people forget the inconveniences of the wartime system? Hai Yunfan was silent for a while and then said, although the current management method is indeed rough and lacks flexibility, it is undeniable that the efficiency of the immortal cultivation world in 9 regions has doubled, and everyone has benefited. The problem is that this wartime system has been in place for nearly 10 years. Everyone has long been accustomed to this efficiency and takes all kinds of benefits for granted. It is far from enough to persuade the people to accept the wartime system. I see. Wang Lu said, do you understand? What is most needed now is the blossoming of 100 flowers in culture. We should strengthen the role of entertainment and let the cultural field become a channel for people to relieve stress. However, Supreme Jury is simply going in the opposite direction. So, do we need to issue a new decree? Forget it. Changing from Qin to Chu will only further damage the prestige of the Wanxian League. Just let this matter go. Tell Jury to stop as soon as possible and let the construction of spiritual civilization come to an end. The next step is to set things right, restore those things that have been seized, and quickly stop the new 9 regions dream-themed activities. Right now, I don't have time to care about the specific affairs of the Union of 10,000 Immortals. Tell them that there are some things that they would rather not do. Otherwise, when I'm free, I don't mind a purge. Wang Lu said it indifferently, but Hai Yunfan could hear the bloodshed in it. After 10 years, Wang Lu was no longer the original Wang Lu. Although he was still warm and generous to his friends and did not bother about trifles, the heavy majesty was more and more unbearable. The number 1 person in 9 regions was really not a joke. Wang Lu said, apart from that, is there anything else recently? Hai Yunfan thought for a moment and was about to report something, but then he changed his mind and said, no, it's not a big deal. But will you be very busy recently? According to Kanglin's confession, I'm afraid there is a fallen immortal who has been hiding in 9 regions for 10 years. Do you think I'll be very busy in the future? What? Don't shout so loud. At present, this matter is still a top secret. There are no more than 10 people who know about it. Well, including the secretaries of the high-level officials, there should be no more than 20. I don't know why that guy has been hiding for 10 years without doing anything, but I can't just leave it alone. Xiaofan was a little worried and said, "How sure are you? If we gather all the forces at hand to encircle a fallen immortal, we have more than 90% chance of success. But the problem is that we can't find his position. The enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. How sure do you think I am? So now we need to investigate, but we can't do it in a big way, so as not to alert the enemy. Do you need anything from here? I'd be thankful if it doesn't cause me more trouble. If I see this kind of report again, I can only put down the fallen immortal first and come back to seriously reorganize the management team of the Wuxia League." At the same time, in a certain immortal cultivation sect in the central region, a young and beautiful sect leader was looking at a stack of golden paper in her hand in confusion. What does this mean? Replying to sect leader, this is a notice issued by the Wuxia League not long ago, requiring all the major sects to do a good job in the construction of spiritual civilization. There are many specific requirements in it. I have drawn the more important ones for you. The sect leader shook her head and said, "No, no, no, I'm not interested in how the Wuxia League bureaucrats are going to waste people and money. What they want us to do, you just pretend that we have done it, and then write a report and submit it. What I care about is that my question just now has not been answered. Tell me, my favorite novel magazine, why is it suddenly gone? Didn't I say that I would buy it as soon as it was released and put it in my room?" The subordinate was silent for a while and said, "That magazine has been discontinued." Discontinued? The sect leader's eyes widened in disbelief and said, "Why? Isn't the sales very good? Anyone who likes novels will buy it." Because, the Wuxia League said that the theme of that magazine does not meet the requirements of the construction of spiritual civilization, so it was killed as a warning to others. What? The young sect leader was stunned on the spot and couldn't say a word for a long time. The cultivator who was the sect leader's secretary, who stood in front of her, could understand the blow the sect leader received. Speaking of which, this sect leader was really a strange person. She had a delicate and lovely name, Xiaofan. She was originally a loose cultivator in the central region. 10 years ago, she met the former sect leader while he was traveling. Because they had similar interests, she was pulled into the sect as a guest elder. A year later, the former sect leader passed away in an accident and passed on the position of sect leader to her before he died. After she took over the sect, she didn't carry out any drastic reform and was willing to be the sect leader. It was not that her talent was limited, in fact, this woman who reached the deity stage in less than 100 years of cultivation was much more powerful than the former sect leader. The problem was that her personal quirks were a bit special. According to the popular saying in 9 regions, Xiaofan was an incorrigible otaku. In the past 9 years as the sect leader, she spent most of her time in her bedroom reading novels, listening to music, and playing games. She enjoyed the prosperous and developed entertainment culture of 9 regions to the fullest. She was so happy that she forgot everything and forgot everything else. Were it not for the former sect leader who left behind a set of management team with strong executive power, perhaps even the sect would decline. For such a serious otaku, her favorite novel serialization was suddenly cut short. The blow she suffered could be imagined. Of course, there were all kinds of voices in the sect regarding this nerdy sect leader. However, no matter how the people below cursed silently, a deity transformation stage expert's cultivation was enough to make up for all the shortcomings of a middle or lower tier sect. It was just that, if Xiaofan could get rid of these bad habits, that would be even better. The ban of the Wuxia League had caused a lot of criticism in 9 regions. However, in the view of the people in the sect, if the sect leader could get rid of the otaku and begin to concentrate on handling the sect's affairs, that would be a boundless merit. Therefore, the secretary didn't try to wake up the stunned Xiaofan, but just secretly looked forward to it. This time, her favorite serialization was cut short because of the ban of the Wuxia League. If she could repent and turn over a new leaf, that would be great. Just like that, after no one knew how long, Xiaofan finally regained her sanity. Speaking of which, time flies. The secretary was stunned, not understanding what the sect leader wanted to express. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Alas, I only care about enjoying myself and simply lose my will. Now that my favorite novel is gone, I have to do something serious. The secretary was naturally overjoyed, but for some reason, she felt a slight chill around her. Chapter 779. On the Sky Cloud Road in the central region, a slender cloud ship traveled through the white clouds like lightning, which attracted many people's admiration. In recent years, the development of the Sky Cloud Road was really fast. The so-called Sky Cloud Road, as the name implied, was a road built above the clouds. The surrounding spiritual energy along the way was bound by an array and flowed in a specific direction. Cultivators could use spiritual energy to fly with twice the result with half the effort. On this principle, a high-speed cloud boat was designed to travel back and forth along the Sky Cloud Road. Its speed was comparable to the full flight of a peak deity stage cultivator. Moreover, it was safe and comfortable, far more relaxed than a cultivator flying alone. With a reasonably priced ticket, whether cultivators or mortals, they could board the high-speed cloud boat and go to a distant foreign land. The Sky Cloud Road was first built based on Xinjing sect's 9-region strategy. With Xinjing sect as the core, it radiated to 9 regions and extended in all directions, which greatly stimulated the commercial prosperity of the central region. Later on, all the major sects in the 9 regions realized the benefits of the Sky Cloud Path, and thus, one after another, built the Sky Cloud Path, which was connected to each other. It was just that, the construction cost of the Sky Cloud Path was too high. Except for Xinjing sect, this kind of rich and imposing sect, the general sects really couldn't afford it. Therefore, except for the several main roads belonging to Xinjing sect, the level of the Sky Cloud Road in other regions was uneven, and the coverage was also very limited. However, in the past 10 years, with the vigorous implementation of the Wuxia League, the Sky Cloud Road has been greatly developed. The total length of the cloud road and the number of clouds doubled every year, and it has gradually become an important transportation channel in 9 regions. At that moment, within a spacious cloud boat, 2 cultivators, 1 male and 1 female, were seated in a VIP box near the window, conversing in hushed tones. There were only 2 of them in the large space, but their voices were very low. Additionally, there was a look of vigilance and wariness on their faces. These 2 people were Dixian Baizhe and Dixian Xianmo, according to our calculation, which one is after the 8 wastelands in Blue River region. The Mount Qi school in the central region, and then the Pingle sect at the foot of Mount Qi. Are you sure you want to look for them one by one? What else can I do? Baizhe asked, do you want the fallen immortal to walk into the trap by issuing an announcement? Or do you want to recruit the power of the Wuxia League to help us investigate? I understand, but if we continue to look for them like this, it won't be long. Baizhe paused and then repeated, it won't be long. I have a hunch that I will meet the fallen immortal soon. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them felt the cloud boat beneath them tremble slightly, and then a clear voice of a woman resounded from the ceiling of the room. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Qishan Station, please bring your carry-on luggage, we've arrived. That's fast. Xian Mo could not help but sigh. Even in our era, the continent did not have such a convenient and fast sky cloud road. Bai Zhe smiled, carried a large bag of luggage, and walked out of the private room. By the way, remember our identity. Xian Mo took a step forward and held Bai Zhe's arm. I know. We're newlyweds in a travel wedding. I don't need you to remind me repeatedly. You, on the other hand, be careful not to expose yourself. Dixian, disguised as husband and wife, soon came to the first stop of the trip, Mount Qi School, along the spacious and bright road. As one of the 10 famous mountains in the central region, Mount Qi covered an unusually vast area. The area within a radius of thousands of miles was counted as the boundary of Mount Qi. Although Mount Qi School was named after Mount Qi, it did not occupy all the land. In the rolling mountains of Mount Qi, there were dozens of small and medium-sized sects that coexisted in harmony with it. However, under such a distribution of forces, the management of Mount Qi was relatively loose. The scenery of Mount Qi was beautiful, and the 10 sceneries on the mountain were famous in the 9 regions. There were often loose cultivators who came here to look for scenery and fate. As long as they did not overly violate the interests of the local sects, everyone would let them be. Therefore, on this day, the newlyweds who came down from the firmament cloud boat did not attract anyone's attention at all, because on the same cloud boat, there were hundreds of tourists who disembarked from the Mount Qi station to see the scenery. After leaving the cloud boat, most of the tourists followed their respective tour groups into Mount Qi and visited the local scenic spots in turn, while a few cultivators with higher cultivation base could travel freely. The scenic spots of Mount Qi had been developed for many years. Except for a few remote places, most of the areas did not have tyrannical strength. There were also prominent signs in the dangerous areas to remind tourists to mistakenly enter. Of course, every year, there would be adventurers who overestimated their capabilities. Their cultivation base was mediocre, but they loved to take risks and indulged in the dream of immortal fortuitous encounter. Without listening to any warning, they rashly entered the dangerous area of Mount Qi, and then were trapped in the dangerous area, helplessly asking for help around them. There were dozens of large and small immortal cultivation sects in Mount Qi, and the distress signal could easily reach the mountain gate of a certain sect. However, the locals also had an unwritten rule about this: disobedient tourists should be let die in the mountain and turned into fertilizer. There was no need to waste manpower to rescue them. Only when more people died could they teach future generations enough lessons. On this day, Mount Qi seemed to have ushered in a pair of tourists who overestimated their capabilities. A pair of newlyweds with foundation-building cultivation base carried heavy luggage bags. After walking for a short distance on the mountain road of Mount Qi, they turned a corner into the dark mountain forest road. Soon, their figures were covered by the lush mountains, and they disappeared without a trace. Every year, Mount Qi, like a man-eating beast, would swallow hundreds and thousands of reckless tourists. Every year, this mountain area with a radius of thousands of miles could get fertilizer for Qi cultivating, foundation building, and even shoot on stage. Therefore, this scene was not unusual. However, few people knew that shortly after the newlyweds entered the mountain forest road, they showed a tyrannical strength far beyond the imagination of the world. They strode toward the real forbidden area of Mount Qi as if they were walking on flat ground. The first stop is Mount Qi School. Their sect is at the main peak. Do we need to get close? Bai Zhe pondered for a moment and said, no need. Although it's just a middle-rank sect, our goal is the immortal in the upper realm. We should be careful. No, if the other party is an immortal who has recovered all his power, it's useless to be careful. It's better to be a bit more generous and approach them. Test the other party's reaction. Not afraid of alerting the snake? Alerting the snake is indeed troublesome. No, in the past 10 years, the Wuxia League has not been idle. Judging from the power in Wang Lu's hands, if it's just a fallen immortal, he should have the confidence to win. If we can successfully scare the snake out, it might be a good thing. While exchanging opinions with Bai Zai, Xian Mo could not help but sigh in his heart. In the past 10 years, Bai Zai had changed a lot. Once upon a time, he was still a reckless man, but now he seemed to have matured a lot and was a partner who could make people feel quite secure. Actually, it's not a big deal. Bai Zai smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly and said, I just give myself a veto every time I want to speak. Give yourself a veto first? That's right, I know very well how stupid, reckless, and straightforward of a piece of trash I am. Most of the decisions I make based on my own thinking are wrong, so all I have to do is use a single negation to reverse them. This is the so-called negative. A negative is positive. Xian Mo was really speechless. Was this a great enlightenment or self-abandonment? Well, it's close. Mount Qi School is just ahead. Do you feel anything? Xian Mo swept away the distracting thoughts in his heart, took a breath of the fresh mountain air, and slightly operated his immortal spirit. He gathered the golden liquid immortal spirit at the tip of his nose, which strengthened his sense of smell to an incredible level in an instant. After a long time, Xian Mo said with a little hesitation. There is no smell of fallen immortal, everything is normal. Bai Zai was about to nod, but he frowned again. He suddenly raised his hand and lit up a light. The light was not strong, but in the eyes of Xian Mo, it was unusually dazzling. It was the light that belonged to the eruption of immortal spirit, which might not be noticed by ordinary cultivators. However, any cultivator who had reached Mahayana stage and began to transform their magical power into immortal spirit form would be very sensitive to this special fluctuation. Bai Zai's words were like a roar in the ears of everyone who possessed a fairy soul. In today's 9 regions, apart from Dixian, only a few peak supremes, such as Hechu and Tianluan, had immortal spirit. Although Mount Qi was located in the central region, it was obvious that there would not be a peak supremes. Bai Zai's immortal spirit eruption would naturally not be perceived by anyone. Unless, the person he had been looking for a long time was also in Mount Qi. Bai Zai intended to beat the grass and startle the snake to the extreme. Taking advantage of the fact that Xian Mo's sense of smell was also in its peak state, he wanted to force the fallen immortal out in one breath, even if it was just a trivial flaw. However, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the immortal spirit on the other side of Xian Mo had gradually dissipated, and they still didn't get any result. Xian Mo was a bit frustrated and said, So, it seems that we don't have to go to the next few stops in Mount Qi? Just now, Bai Zai's immortal spirit eruption affected a range of hundreds of miles. As long as the fallen immortal was within the range of Mount Qi, he should be able to perceive it. Bai Zai himself frowned and said, I really want to admit that this operation is probably going to be fruitless, but based on the consideration of negative is positive, it seems that I should persist at this time. For Bai Zai's negative is positive, Xian Mo was both angry and amused at the same time and said, then shouldn't your current idea also be positive? Bai Zai was stunned and immediately fell into an infinite loop of logical contradiction. However, before Xian Mo could help him untie this knot, a chill suddenly surged from the bottom of her heart, which made her subconsciously move. Her body rushed forward and held Bai Zai, who was in a trance, in her arms. Then, her momentum didn't decrease but increased. With the magical ability of so close, yet worlds apart, she rushed forward thousands of miles in an instant. However, when she landed, Xian Mo was horrified to find that she had actually returned to the starting point. The next moment, a soft voice came from behind her. Hey, didn't you come to me specifically? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chapter 780. At Mount Qi in the central region, the undercurrent surged in the tranquility. Under the faint killing intent, the two Dixian immortals felt the hair on their back stand up at the same time and their immortal hearts shook. At the critical moment, Bai Zei did not hesitate at all and said, "Xian Mo, I'll use countercurrent, you run away quickly." Countercurrent? You? Xian Mo was shocked. "If you know the price is high, then don't waste my time." Bai Zei roared and 12 golden seals appeared around him, which shone with dazzling brilliance at the same time. Countercurrent, reversing the flow of time, negating the passage of time. It was the most powerful move in Bai Zei's negation immortal technique. However, any immortal technique that involved time and space had great restrictions. Although Bai Zei's countercurrent had the wonderful effect of reversing the flow of time, the effective range of countercurrent was limited. It could not encompass the world and could only be limited to a specific space. Moreover, within the range of the immortal technique, the more powerful the individual was, the more difficult it was to reverse the flow and the weaker the effect. With Bai Zei's ability, if it was used against an ordinary person, he could easily make them go back 100 years and turn them into nothingness. However, if it was used against an opponent of the same level, let alone reversing the flow of time, it was difficult to even fix the opponent. As for using countercurrent against a stronger opponent, the ineffectiveness of the immortal technique was already considered light. A little carelessness would lead to the collapse of the immortal spirit and the burning of the internal organs. However, apart from this move, in the face of a perfect fallen immortal, the two had no other way. Xian Mo knew that Bai Zei was determined to sacrifice herself, and the more time she wasted, the greater the pressure on Bai Zei. After experiencing the cruel war 16,000 years ago, Xian Mo, of course, would not be unreasonable. She operated her immortal spirit and threw out the yin and yang division immortal technique, trying to isolate herself from 9 regions and enter an independent plane. This ingenious use of yin and yang division could be regarded as one of the best escape techniques. However, the immortal technique was like a stone sinking into the sea. The surrounding space seemed to be locked by some powerful spell and remained motionless. At the same time, Bai Zei also let out a muffled groan. His countercurrent immortal art was disrupted halfway through its preparation, and naturally dispersed. "You're really stupid. You clearly know that I've locked the space here, so why do you still dare to come here so foolishly? You should know that immortal arts and divine abilities are ineffective in the face of higher-level immortal arts and divine abilities." As he spoke, a young girl that was delicate and beautiful like a summer flower strode over from the sky. She looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, had a flawless and bright appearance, eyes that were lively like water, and the corners of her mouth were brimming with a trace of a smile. But when combined with the current situation, it caused others to feel slightly terrified. A fallen immortal girl who locked the thousands of miles of Mount Qi and forced the two Dixian immortals into a dead end while talking and laughing was certainly worth shuddering in fear. 16,000 years ago, too many of his comrades in the Dixian camp were annihilated by the smiles of immortals from the upper realm. The exalted immortals wreaked havoc in the lower realm, like hunters hunting. Every time they drew their bow, they were filled with the joy of harvesting. As the hunted party, there was no room for resistance. Just as Bai Zei and Xian Mo were thinking quickly about how to destroy both good and bad together, the young girl chuckled and said, "Don't be so nervous. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have done it a long time ago. I'm sure you won't even have a corpse left. Why wait until now? Well, relax a bit, do you want some tea?" 3 cups of fragrant tea appeared beside the young girl's hand, floating quietly. "Hey, you don't want to drink it? This is the immortal tea that I brought from the upper realm. Legend has it that it can make a mortal become an immortal in one mouthful. Of course, in fact, this kind of tea can make an immortal become an immortal in a short time. Even in the upper realm, they would still be reduced to hard labor, haha. But you don't have to worry, this cup of immortal tea is of great benefit to you. It's not a hard labor tea. Do you really not want to try it? After Bai Zai and Xian Mo were silent for a long time, Bai Zai took half a step forward and said, "What exactly do you want to do?" The young girl said, "Of course I have something to tell you. Well, let me introduce myself first. I'm Xiaofan, a resident of the immortal world, a fallen immortal in your eyes. But there's no need to be so nervous. I've never made a move against your people. There's no deep hatred between us." Xian Mo sneered and said, "Oh, even if you didn't make a move, the hands of your companions have long been stained with the blood of the creatures of 9 regions." Xiaofan shrugged and said, "What does that group of barbarians have to do with me? Don't be angry at me for no reason, okay? Being so irritable will push the friendly side to the opposite side." "Friendly side?" Bai Zai frowned and said, "Among you fallen immortals, are there people who are friendly to 9 regions? Xiaofan said with a smile, "Why not? You guys have dealt with us so many times, so you should know that there are all kinds of people among the fallen immortals. There are madmen like Bailey too, and there are also villains like Kanglin. Of course, there are also beautiful and kind female immortals like me, so it's not worth making a fuss about." Bai Zai snorted and didn't answer. The Bailey too that Xiaofan mentioned was one of the nightmares of the Dixian people in the past. He had a tyrannical immortal technique and a cruel and bloodthirsty temperament. No one knew how many companions of the Dixian people died in his hands. Indeed, if Xiaofan was like Bailey too, then he and Xian Mo would have been dead already. How could they have the leisure to chat with the other party? "What exactly is your so-called friendliness?" Xian Mo asked. "In the past 10 years, you have been lurking in 9 regions with unknown intentions. Is that your way of showing friendliness?" Xiaofan said with a smile, "It's much better than Kanglin's direct action, right? Compared with him, I neither killed your people nor insulted your mother, and I even offered you immortal tea. Isn't that enough friendliness? Do I have to give birth to your children to prove my sincerity? Moreover, if I announce my identity as a fallen immortal as soon as I come up, I'm afraid I'll have to accompany Kanglin in Netherworld Mountain right now, right? You. What exactly do you want to do?" "I want to save you guys." Xiaofan blinked her bright eyes and said with sincerity, "Actually, I didn't agree with their Great Purge plan from the beginning." "Great Purge? It means to kill all of you, as the name implies." Xiaofan wrinkled her delicate eyebrows and was a little unhappy to be interrupted. "I think we're all adults, so there's no need to be so extreme in doing things. However, I actually don't know much about you guys. So, when Kanglin went to the lower realm last time, I followed him. Seeing is believing. I have to see it with my own eyes to know what kind of judgment is better." "So, you've been lurking in 9 regions for 10 years? Xian Mo asked with some difficulty. Xiaofan said with a smile, "Yes, I snatched the position of the sect leader of Pingle's sect and have been the sect leader in the center of 9 regions for 10 years. Hearing this, Bai Zai frowned and said, "You're the sect leader of Pingle's sect who hasn't gone out for 10 years? Xiaofan was a little angry out of shame. "What's wrong with not going out? Don't you understand the truth that an immortal knows everything in the world without going out?" With that, her expression suddenly changed. "Moreover, if it weren't for these 10 years, do you think you would have the opportunity to talk and laugh with me here? Although I oppose those Great Purge plans, it doesn't mean that I have any good impression of you. Don't forget that 16,000 years ago, you killed my companions." Xian Mo couldn't help but say, "Your companions killed more of our people. So what? Does it have anything to do with me?" Xiaofan shrugged and said, "I just came here out of curiosity, but by chance, I came into contact with your entertainment culture, novel serialization, pop music, movies and television animation. It's really an eye-opener. Unexpectedly, there are so many wonderful things in a small 9 regions. With that, Xiaofan raised her willowy eyebrows and said, "Such a beautiful cultural achievement, yet someone intends to casually purge it. It's simply a heinous crime. I, Xiaofan, am the first one who can't bear it." Upon hearing this, Bai Zai and Xian Mo's jaws were almost dislocated. A fallen immortal obsessed with the nerd culture? Moreover, because of her obsession with the nerd culture, she even wanted to protect the 9 regions? This is really, seeing the expressions of the two people, Xiaofan could not help but sigh and said, "It seems that you are also vulgar people who don't know how to appreciate the entertainment culture. Sad, really sad. But I still forgive you. After all, without mediocre people, how can I reflect my superiority?" Xiaofan smiled and said, "In short, I want to save you now." "How?" Bai Zai asked, "Can you persuade others to give up the Great Purge?" "Of course not." Xiaofan looked at Bai Zai as if she was looking at an idiot and said, "I told you earlier, there are all kinds of immortals in the upper realm. There are only a few who are reasonable, kind and beautiful like me. Otherwise, there would be no Great Purge in the first place. Then, do you think that a madman like Bailey too is a reasonable person? Is it possible to persuade him with words? Then how are you going to save him? Stand on our side and fight side by side with us." Xiaofan simply turned around and didn't look at Bai Zai. Instead, she asked Xian Mo, "Is this the kind of IQ that you use to fight against us? That's amazing. Think about it, why should I stand on your side? How could a pure, kind, and beautiful fairy like me turn against my friends and family for the sake of entertainment and culture? What's even more hateful is that you guys don't want to develop the entertainment culture. Instead, you guys want to build spiritual civilization and purify the cultural environment. Purify your mother." Xiaofan cursed. "You've caused all the novels I've been reading to stop. If it weren't for the fact that I had saved a few complete books, I would have returned to the upper realm and waited for their purge." Thinking that the fate of the 9 regions had almost fallen into the abyss because of the accelerated spiritual civilization, Bai Zai and Xian Mo were filled with emotion. After a long time, Xian Mo asked softly, "So, how do you plan to save us?" Xiaofan said with a smile, "It's very simple. All of you in the 9 regions surrender to me, become my subjects, and receive my protection." Chapter 781. Surrender, to you? Xian Mo shook his head in disbelief. She had long felt that there was something wrong with Xiaofan's brain, and now she was more and more convinced of her judgment. Could it be that this seemingly pure and lovely girl was like her boss in the past, accidentally hit her head when she went down to the lower realm? In her impression, although there were many kinds of fallen immortals, there was really no one like Xiaofan who had such a strange mind. In 9 regions, perhaps only that pair of master and disciple could be comparable to her. Bai Zai, on the other hand, looked calmer. He stared at Xiaofan with a serious expression, waiting for her further explanation. "What's with that expression of yours? Do you think I'm a retard? That's rude." Xiaofan looked offended and troubled. "I'm seriously pointing out a bright path for you, but you actually treat me like a retard." Bai Zai rubbed his temples in pain, trying to relieve his headache. This was a habit that he developed when he was immortal, which had been corrected for a long time after he entered the immortal path. But now, he could not help but pick it up again. "If you don't mind, please explain it to us in detail." "Very well. Your understanding is really low." Xiaofan was a little unhappy. "First of all, to be clear, you can't win this game. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't change the difference in strength between the two sides. We can easily find a dozen or 20 people like Kanglin, not to mention that there are also many people who are above Kanglin. Once the passage between the two realms is opened, you will definitely lose. Xian Mo opened his mouth to refute, but he was choked by Xia Xiaoha's words. Respect each other's IQ. In the face of the power of the upper realm, you have no chance. At that time, it was only a small part of the power of the upper realm that suppressed you. After the passage between the two realms is opened, the upper realm will dispatch its main force. Bai Zhe asked, so if we surrender and pledge allegiance to you, we will be safe? Yes, isn't it very simple, very practical, and very tempting? Bai Zhe ignored Xia Xiaoha's words and went straight to the heart of the problem. How can you protect us? According to you, the upper realm is determined to get the 9 regions, and there are even many people who support the Great Purge plan. There are only a few people who hold the same view as you, and you might even be the only one. What right do you have to go against the general trend? It's very simple, because this is the rule. As long as you surrender to me, you will be my private property. And to casually invade my private property is tantamount to invading me. Immortals were not allowed to attack each other at will. This was an iron rule that the upper realm had adhered to for billions of years. Based on this, I am confident that I can protect you. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Do you think we're idiots? You've never ascended to the immortal world, how do you know there's no such good thing? Xia Xiaoha rolled her eyes at him and then explained, the purpose of the upper realm's descent is for the 9 regions, and you, the creatures of the lower realm, are just accessories. A few people who are good at refining immortal treasures with the flesh and blood of living beings are interested in you. But in the eyes of most people, you are like mosquitoes entrenched in a treasure. It is enough to get rid of you, but there is no need to kill you. If someone is willing to step forward and take you over, of course, no one will deliberately embarrass you. So, the immortals of the upper realm want us to leave 9 regions? But the hundreds of millions of creatures in 9 regions have lived here since the creation of the world, where else can we go? The Western continent? Xia Xiaoha shook her head and said, the Western continent is not a paradise. They face the same situation as 9 regions. Don't worry, since I want you to surrender, I naturally arranged a home for you. I have a small place in the immortal world that has always been empty, which can be used to settle you. A small place? An immortal cave? Bai Zhe asked in disbelief, what kind of immortal cave can accommodate so many creatures in 9 regions? Moreover, you have such a big place, why is your immortal world obsessed with 9 regions? It can't accommodate all the creatures in 9 regions. Xia Xiaoha lightly said, it can only accommodate hundreds of thousands of people at most. Hundreds of thousands? Are you kidding me? Do you know how many creatures there are in 9 regions? Xia Xiaoha said, what does it matter? Most of the creatures in 9 regions are non-human creatures, and most of the human beings belong to the mortal world. The number of cultivators is about 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,000. At the same time, most of the cultivators are just dregs to make up the number. They are either heresy with artificial spirit root or waste with mixed spirit root. The life and death of these people are irrelevant, and there are only tens of thousands of people who are really useful. I've left 10 times as much space here. I beg to differ with your idea. Xia Xiaoha said with a smile, beg to differ? Then what do you want? My space is so big that it will be full of hundreds of thousands of people. If I don't choose the best immortal cultivation talents, should I choose a group of mediocre fools? Or should I simply choose a group of pigs and dogs? Do you think that's appropriate? Kick your friends and relatives and the most elite talents in 9 regions into the abyss and then let a group of animals survive? You seem to be more ruthless than a great purge. Or do you still hope that 9 regions can get through this crisis unscathed? Don't be so naive, okay? Even if you use your knees to think, you know that it's impossible. The disaster has come, and all you can do is to minimize the loss as much as possible. In the past, you have experienced great events, so you should be able to think about this issue clearly, right? Of course, Bai Zhe and Xian Mo were able to think about it clearly. In theory, Xia Xiaoha's words were not wrong. It was just that, it was really not easy to accept it. After a long time, Xian Mo softly said, even if only a few 100,000 people can be saved, it's still better than being wiped out. But, what will happen to these hundreds of thousands of people after they enter your small world? What's in your small world? There's nothing at all. Xia Xiaoha shrugged. It's just a desolate desert. There's neither surrounding spiritual energy nor the fragrance of flowers. Everything needs to be built from scratch. There's no surrounding spiritual energy. That's why I said let those scum cultivators who can't generate their own magical power die. I'm counting on you, a group of decent cultivators, to help me improve the environment. For people like you who are close to ascension, you don't need to rely on the nourishment of the surrounding spiritual energy. Instead, you can create the surrounding spiritual veins with manpower. When the time comes, you can build your own world, and I won't interfere. Xian Mo was silent. Bai Zhe raised a more acute question, can those who surrender to you retain their freedom? That depends on how you define freedom. In my small world, I don't care what you want to do. But other than that, don't think too much about it. Just live there with peace of mind. Then, wouldn't we become birds in a cage? Otherwise, do you still expect to fly freely? How could that be considered as defecting and pledging allegiance? Even if I can accept it, those immortals who are waiting to use you to refine blood-spirit immortal treasures can't accept it. You can protect yourselves because you've become my possession, so don't neglect the essentials. Bai Zhe couldn't help but laugh. In conclusion, we have to sacrifice the land of 9 regions and almost all the creatures. And then the rest of us give up their freedom and face to become your pet in a cage? Don't you think this is a joke? Xia Xiaoha seriously said, then the other possibility is that you lose your land and the lives of all the people. What freedom and what face are all gone. From then on, there will be no trace of your existence in the world. Which one do you think is better? Bai Zhe was silent. Xian Mo looked at Bai Zhe with a complicated heart. After thinking for a long time, she decided to follow Bai Zhe's judgment. She decided to trust Bai Zhe. Should she wisely choose a path to live an ignoble life, or go to the end with a bang? At this time, Xia Xiaoha said, to be honest, if it weren't for my wonderful life in 9 regions in the past 10 years, I wouldn't even bother to give you this opportunity. Although that small world is small and barren, it is, after all, my treasure. Why should I take it out for you to use? And these words, I will only say them to you, because I think that you are, after all, still the object of rational communication. If it were someone like Wang Lu, I would not say a word of nonsense to him. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe could only sigh in his heart. If it were Wang Lu, he would never talk so much nonsense with Xia Xiaoha. As soon as they met, he would fight to the death. He was such an arrogant and unrestrained leader. In contrast, Bai Zhe had suffered setbacks since the grand competition and had become accustomed to humiliation and compromise. Xia Xiaoha did find the right person. After an unknown period of time, Xia Xiaoha became a bit bored and said, "Hey, have you thought about it or not? Don't tell me you're stalling for time. My immortal technique will not give you a chance." As she said that, she simply took out a novel and began to read it, showing that she was not in a hurry. And this attitude also made the balance in Bai Zhe's heart gradually tilt to one side. What's the situation in Mount Qi? Is there an end to that place? Every day, it's either a territorial dispute or a rescue for those idiots. Ha Yunfan looked at the report presented by his secretary and complained impatiently. The several secretarial cultivators standing below suddenly trembled with fear, and no one dared to answer even half a word. As one of the most powerful cultivators in 9 regions, Ha Yunfan's aura was so fierce and threatening. At present, his main job was to assist Wang Lu in dealing with those chores that did not have enough weight. Considering Wang Lu's current status and the high centralization of power in the Wanxian League, the documents that needed to be reviewed by Wang Lu could pile up like a mountain every day. Wang Lu himself had recently shifted his focus to the giant divine weapon, so more work could only be handed over to Ha Yunfan. Even though Ha Yunfan had been supported by Wang Lu in the past 10 years and had reached the peak of King Pill, and his primordial spirit was extraordinarily tough. However, dealing with thousands of documents every day still made him feel tired. In particular, most of these documents were empty words and nonsense. Almost 1/3 of them were useless reports about important speeches and the implementation of the spirit of a certain meeting submitted by the various sections. 90% of the words in the whole document were meaningless, which made people's anger rise. And now, the report on the situation in the Mount Qi area also made him feel very impatient. The sect leader of Mount Qi school was like a psychopath, writing a report at the slightest sign of trouble. Now, he inexplicably said that there seemed to be a change in the surrounding spiritual energy in the mountains and suggested further observation. It would be abnormal if there was no change in the surrounding spiritual energy in the thousands of miles of spiritual mountains. Couldn't he write something useful? Thinking of this, Ha Yunfan shook his head and directly wrote the word "read" on the report. He then signaled the people below to file it and not circulate it to a higher level. Chapter 782. In the darkness, a suppressed groan was heard. It was long and lingering, which was particularly striking in the silent environment. Humph, it was hard to tell whether it was a lazy or angry groan, but after that, there was a rustling sound of clothes. After a while, a young girl's voice sounded. "How is it? How much has the synchronization rate gone up?" 51%. Too slow. Then next time, change the posture. Don't say such useless nonsense. After a pause, the girl saw that the other party did not respond, so she snorted with some dissatisfaction. "Ah, I understand. Next time, I will try my best to change the pattern and wait for your arrival in a new posture. The process will satisfy you." Humph. The girl left another cold snort and floated away. Then, Wang Lu's laughter sounded in the darkness. This guy is getting more and more duplicitous. It's obvious that his body is ready to move for a long time, but he has to pretend that he's trying to save the world. What's the point? Moreover, in the past 10 years, we seem to have tried all the positions we can imagine. We even dabbled in some perverted ways, but unfortunately, it's useless. So what if I change the pattern again? To improve the synchronization rate through the most intimate interaction was, in fact, a crooked way. In those days, Sun Buping and Tetragon were not in a sexual relationship. The two were more of a revolutionary friendship. They fought bravely against the fallen immortal all their lives. This was the main theme of Sun Buping's life. If he wanted to improve the synchronization rate, he should start from this aspect. What was the use of playing so many tricks with Tetragon? Perhaps Sun Buping himself did not have such a colorful play in those days. In the past 10 years, the improvement of the synchronization rate actually relied more on Wang Lu's own struggle. The practical significance of double cultivation and so on was not great, but Wang Lu did not say it out. Because with Tetragon's IQ, it was impossible for her not to think of all this. Naturally, she had her reasons for not saying it. Let this problem become an unspoken rule between the two. At least, for Wang Lu himself, it was not a loss. But, it's also an indisputable fact that the synchronization rate has hit a bottleneck. A synchronization rate of 50% is at most enough to fight a small boss like Kanglin. When it comes to a real big boss, it's like kneeling on a fishing platform. Unfortunately, there was no way to break through the bottleneck, so they could only rely on numbers to win. Alright, I've spent enough time on this lowly emperor. Now, it's time to see how my old friends are doing. Then, the darkness was driven away by light, revealing a bright, spacious, square hall. At the center of the hall was a glamorous throne, which was exactly the control throne of the Colossus. Wang Lu sat there in silence with his bare upper body. The space between his brows was no longer filled with the immaturity of youth of the past. Instead, it was tainted with a trace of age. Without sitting in this position, it was hard to imagine the immense pressure it brought. In just over 10 years, he became the #1 person in 9 regions. This speed of progress made many people envious. However, for the person involved, this was not something to be happy about. With great power came great responsibility. In the future battlefield of the fallen immortals, he would be duty-bound to be the first to charge. And now, during the preparation period, his work was extremely heavy. Although he had the assistance of Hai Yunfan and a whole team of secretaries, there were also a lot of work that had to be handled by him. Even with Wang Lu's extraordinary energy, he could only barely support it. Sitting on the throne, Wang Lu silently operated his immortal heart and gathered the clear immortal spirit power from all directions to wander around his body, which swept away the tiredness in his body. Soon, he looked radiant again. The next moment, he completely withdrew the huge control hall and the giant Colossus divine weapon into his body. Then, he stepped out, crossed thousands of rivers and mountains, and came to the savage land of Blue River region, where the black tide once raged. Nowadays, there was no black tide in the savage land. After 10 years of focused development by the Wuxia League, the once unknown and mysterious land had long been like a ripe fruit waiting to be picked. However, the Wuxia League listed the savage land as a forbidden area. No one could enter without permission. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Even the elders of Heavenly Sage Hall were no exception. The only one who could freely enter and exit this place was Wang Lu himself. Wang Lu landed on a high mountain. But before he could stand for a moment, the whole mountain suddenly produced a huge tremor and distortion. The straight, sword-like mountain sunk inward and then broke in the middle. The upper half of the mountain, which was hundreds of feet high, slid down diagonally, rubbed against the lower half of the mountain and cracked. The earth shook and the mountains shook. And at the place where the mountain was broken, 100 feet tall giant was lying in a pit of gravel. He struggled several times but could not stand up. And not far away from him, an equally tall giant was suspended in mid-air, laughing with his hands on his hips. Zhan Zai, you lost again. Now we are 5-3. I am in the lead. The giant in the pit snorted. Zhou Mumu, do you have any shame? Taking advantage of the fact that I haven't broken through the bottleneck, you repeatedly asked for a fight and won 3 times in a row. Do you think this is meaningful? The giant in midair shrank and soon shrank into a beautiful smiling girl. It was the chief disciple of Kunlun, Zhou Mumu. Tisk, Zhan Zai, you are the shameless one. You always boast that you are the best in academics and intelligence and treat others as idiots. But now you are the only one who has not broken through the 70% synchronization rate. Is it because this small giant soldier god can no longer accommodate your genius thoughts? I am just being cautious. Zhan Zai explained angrily. Only you barbarians will blindly pursue synchronization rate. Do you know how to resist change? Do you know how to balance the feedback of the system? Do you know how to develop sustainably? Zhou Mumu chuckled. I don't know. So at this time tomorrow, I will ask you for advice. I hope you can use something like resistance tomorrow to give me a head-on blow. Don't lose again. You are simply unreasonable. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Just as the two were quarreling, Wang Lu floated down from the sky and said with a smile, "Young couple quarreling again? Damn, Wang Lu, are you blind or do you need to retake your language? The two of us are at most two people. What does it have to do with a young couple?" Wang Lu ignored Zhou Mumu's duplicity and asked, "Where is Lu Li?" "TSK, this is the standard tone of a young couple. You haven't seen your old friend for a long time. Why don't you greet her and go straight to the subject? Seriously, you forget friends when you see love." Zhou Mumu said and pointed in a direction. "Over there, she is fighting with Qianghua. If you go there, you should have time to comfort her." When Wang Lu saw Lu Li, he found that she really needed to be comforted. In the middle of a crimson sea of fire, Lu Li was standing on the back of the giant divine weapon, which was 300 meters tall. However, she was stopped by a bloody sword and could not move at all. "Junior sister Lu Li, admit defeat." Qianghua's voice sounded in the sea of fire, which seemed illusory, making it impossible to figure out her position. The palms of Lu Li's giant divine weapon were still flashing with sharp sword chi, but because she couldn't find a target, she couldn't release it. After a long time, Lu Li was quite frustrated. Okay, I admit defeat." The next moment, the sea of fire disappeared in an instant, and the Scarlet Mountain swept away and turned into a gorgeous girl in a bright red dress. She was the lead disciple of Shengjing sect, Qianghua. "I'm sorry, junior sister Lu Li, your brilliant sword heart is too powerful. I dare not fight you head-on, so I have to use this strategy to disturb the enemy with the immortal spirit illusion fire. I'm really ashamed." Lu Li gladly accepted Qianghua's comfort. However, before she nodded, Wang Lu came over and sighed. "I say, Qianghua, don't you feel ashamed? How could you have the heart to use your scheming on such a simple and honest girl? If you win, but you still let her help you count the money." Qianghua was slightly startled, but then she still maintained her perfect smile. Senior brother Wang Lu, we meet again. However, Lu Li's way of expressing her feelings was much more direct. In 2 steps, she rushed over and stretched out her arms to ask for a hug. "Senior brother." Wang Lu picked up Lu Li, turned around half a circle, put her on the ground, and then touched her head. "Good performance. In the face of Demon King Qianghua, you still showed a strong fighting will. You're indeed a top disciple of my Lingjian school. When I have time, I will help you adjust the giant divine weapon and add the function to restrain Qianghua. Then you can find her to fight." "Okay." Qianghua helplessly smiled at the side. "Senior brother Wang Lu, are you here for a routine inspection?" Wang Lu thought for a moment. Although he didn't have a good impression of Qianghua, in a sense, among his peers, she was probably the only one who could keep up with him. Therefore, he might as well make some things clear. "In short, my progress is not smooth, so I have to shift the pressure to you." Wang Lu went straight to the point. "Is it possible to speed up the progress a little bit? For example, to reach more than 90% in a month?" Qianghua was shocked. "Senior brother Wang Lu, I'm just joking with junior sister Lu Li. You don't have to push me to death, do you?" "Sure enough, it's impossible." Wang Lu shrugged. "Then do your best. In short, remember, the more you work, the higher our chances of winning in the future. There's no future to rely on me alone." "What happened?" Wang Lu pondered for a moment. "At present, there is no conclusive event, but my intuition has begun to warn." As soon as his voice fell, Wang Lu's head jumped. He looked up and saw a purple cloud falling from the sky. "Wang Lu, there may be trouble." Tetragon went straight to the point. Although her expression was calm and composed, from the fact that her clothes had not been tidied up and there were still some traces of the special training just now, it could be seen that she was in a hurry. We've lost contact with Xian Mo. Lost contact? Wang Lu was also surprised. Since the end of the grand competition, the ancient Earth Immortals had received very strict management, and the loss of contact was very rare. How long has it been? Just reached the warning line, but this is Xian Mo. She would never do such a thing, unless, tisk. Wang Lu frowned. She finally couldn't bear the pain of staying alone and eloped with someone? Chapter 783. Elope? Tetragon was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? As she spoke, she waved her hand to clear all the irrelevant people out of the hall. You're not kidding, right? After spending 10 years together, whether he was willing or not, Tetragon had become one of the people who understood Wang Lu the best in the world. Although most of what Wang Lu said seemed absurd and unruly, sometimes he was joking, and sometimes he was serious. As for the whereabouts of Bai Zhe and Xian Mo, Wang Lu seemed to be serious. Although I also hope that it's a joke, I'm afraid it's not that simple. When this topic was brought up, Wang Lu also seemed a little dissatisfied. In fact, you should know this the best, because you have to bear a considerable amount of responsibility. As the leader of Dixian, you're really not qualified. Tetragon was a little annoyed. Yes, I'm not really a qualified leader. Otherwise, Sun Buping wouldn't have been able to get the position so easily. Before he mastered his martial arts, I took the initiative to give way to him. But what does Xian Mo and Bai Zhe elope have to do with me? Wang Lu looked at Tetragon and pondered for a moment. Since we've been in special training for so many years, you don't mind if I speak frankly, right? Tetragon said impatiently, speak. Wang Lu was silent for a moment. He calmed himself down and tried not to show a disdainful expression. Then he said, do you know that Xian Mo has always liked Sun Buping? What? Tetragon's eyes widened. He looked like he had accidentally ked a dog. What did you say? As expected, you don't know. I knew that with your low EQ, you're completely blind. What are you trying to say? Say it clearly. Tetragon was very angry after being attacked personally. How am I low and blind? By the way, what is EQ? A modern term generally refers to the ability to communicate with others. You look like you have no friends, so I can tell that your EQ is not high. In short, Xian Mo used to have a crush on Sun Buping, but because Sun Buping already has you as his legal wife, she could only hide her feelings in her heart. As one of the parties involved, I'm afraid you don't know anything about this. Tetragon tried very hard to recall. Then, with a troubled expression, he said, I really don't know. No one told me about it back then. Who dares to tell you? Wang Lu shook his head. In short, Xian Mo's unrequited love for Sun Buping failed. This has caused a hidden danger in the current elopement. Wait, I don't understand. Since she likes Sun Buping, why did she elope with Bai Zhe? This doesn't make sense. Tetragon said, and then asked, or, these two things are actually connected, but I just can't understand it? Wang Lu said, of course not. There are many coincidences that caused all this, but the biggest reason is the transfer of feelings and self-abandonment. She secretly loved Sun Buping but didn't dare to say it out. The biggest reason is you. Although your EQ is a little low, your brilliance is too dazzling. Wait, I have been low-key at that time. A girl in love is very sensitive. Of course, she knows that you are much better than her. She doesn't have the confidence to beat you in any aspect. Therefore, she can't even raise her hostility to you. But correspondingly, the sadness in her heart has been accumulating. She hates her own incompetence, and is angry at Sun Buping for not understanding the romance. Speaking of which, Sun Buping should have had a lot of confidence in the past, right? Tetragon looked puzzled. What confidence? Sure enough, after seeing you, those confidence scattered like birds and beasts. But this is obviously not the right way to deal with it. It's no wonder that Xian Mo has a knot in her heart for tens of thousands of years, and even brewed the schizophrenic symptoms of the heavenly earth and the purgatory of primal chaos. In short, to put it simply, Xian Mo's love for Sun Buping turned into hatred, and she gave up on herself. And then? Tetragon became more and more impatient. What the hell is going on? Based on the two reasons just now, she gradually fell in love with Bai Zhe. Wang Lu then went straight to the point. At that time, Bai Zhe should be the most unlikable character in the team. Although his strength is still first class, he was like a mad dog that spouted without rhyme or reason, which was definitely the cause of public resentment, right? That bastard? Humph, if it weren't for Sun Buping stopping me, I would have killed him. Right? Bai Zhe plays the worst and lowest role, but he is often with Sun Buping. So it is reasonable that Xian Mo chose Bai Zhe as his crush when he gave up on himself. How is it reasonable? There is a similar case. A prince of a small country was amorous, so his first wife, out of revenge, found a beggar, played all the tricks she wanted to play but had no chance to play, and even gave birth to a son. Now Xian Mo has such a mentality. TSK, the so-called human feelings are so unpredictable. This is the so-called EQ? Tetragon was really shocked. Then I'd rather not have EQ. Well said, you're indeed worthy to be my comrade who has been cultivating with me for 10 years. Wang Lu said as he found 2 wine glasses out of nowhere. Cheers. Don't stray from the topic. Now I know that Xian Mo is with Bai Zhe, but this is not a reason for her to leave the team at will and refuse to obey the management. Wang Lu nodded. Yes, rules are rules. But I personally suggest that the punishment for the 2 of them should be delayed. Tetragon asked, why? Strictly enforce the rules and regulations, isn't that what you said at the beginning? Wang Lu narrowed his eyes. That was what I asked you and the Dixian people to tell them. It's used to restrain these individuals with superior strength. It's not used to restrain me, the number 1 person in 9 regions. Any rules and regulations are invalid for the person who made them. You should understand this very well, right? In any case, he is the king of Dixian. Tetragon was very dissatisfied. There is no such content in my way of the king. That's why you're not a qualified ruler. Alright, I have my reasons for doing this. Bai Zhe was not willing to be under my jurisdiction. Considering that his existence is no longer necessary, I didn't care about him. But the situation of Xian Mo is different. She betrayed the team and went to Bai Zhe alone. No matter how many reasons there are, she must feel guilty in her heart. But at this time, if I rashly go to catch them, the guilt will easily turn into anger. It's better to wait for her to be overwhelmed by the guilt and come back crying and begging for forgiveness. Will it be that easy? Of course it will. She eloped with Bai Zhe out of self-abandonment, but this kind of feeling won't last long. After all, the best match for a princess is a prince, not a beggar. It may be fun to play tricks for a while, but when the tricks are over, people always have to live. What can she get by staying with Bai Zhe? What can Bai Zhe give her? She will come back eventually. At that time, the guilt will fully erupt, and she will be at his mercy. Tell her to go east and not west, isn't that good? Tetragon listened and felt that his brain couldn't keep up. This is all your calculation, part of the so-called emotional intelligence? You can say that. TSK, it seems that you are really amazing. Even Sun Buping couldn't straighten out these messy things. Although I don't really understand why, I often see him showing a distressed expression. It is rare for him because even during the most desperate times of the war, Sun Buping didn't feel so distressed. Wang Lu shrugged. I don't want to. Being a carefree fool like you is much better than being happy, but it can't be helped after experiencing too many things. Experiencing too many things? You are not even 60 years old now, right? With your realm, you are like a baby. Wang Lu smiled. 60? You underestimate me too much. Although I can't be compared to you people who live for thousands of years, my previous life and this life and other messy things add up to hundreds of years. Especially for a period of time, I was obsessed with traveling and gained a lot of knowledge in many worlds. I have seen a lot of things between men and women. I remember once meeting a femme fatale who looked down on all men in the world. Her EQ and skills are much higher than yours. She and I, forget it. In short, I suggest that the matter between Xian Mo and Bai Zhe be put aside for the time being. We will settle the score when they come back. Do you think this is enough? Wang Lu nodded. This is enough. Tetragon looked at Wang Lu deeply. In other words, the elopement is just your speculation. I have decided to believe in my speculation. Well, is there anything else? My daily patrol is not over yet. Tetragon shook his head. Do whatever you want. After Tetragon left, Wang Lu's expression immediately sank. He took out a round mirror from his mustard seed bag and softly said, Kong Zhang, are you there? A moment later, the rigid face of a Xingjing sect cultivator appeared on the round mirror. What can I do for you? Help me check these two people, Wang Lu said and stretched out his hand to draw a three-dimensional portrait of Xian Mo and Bai Zhe in the air. Xian Mo, Bai Zhe? Aren't they from the Dixian camp? Kong Zhang frowned. This is not within my jurisdiction. It doesn't matter, I will give you temporary authorization. I can't trust the people from the Dixian camp, so I can only ask you. It's not necessarily something important. Basically, it should just be a young couple eloping, but other possibilities can't be ruled out. In short, try to keep an eye on them, and if there's any change, report it immediately. If it's just an ordinary elopement, then find an opportunity to take a few intimate photos, lest they turn hostile when they come back. Understood. Thereupon, the round mirror dimmed. Wang Lu sighed and crushed the mirror. With his current identity, it stood to reason that he should be able to command the whole world. However, Xingjing sect was, after all, the strongest immortal cultivation sect in 9 regions, and their resources were not so easy to mobilize. With Wang Lu's current status, it was difficult for him to skip Hichu Daoran and directly contact Kong Zhang. Just now, that round mirror was used one less time. However, it was, after all, aimed at the Dixian camp, so he didn't think it was a waste. There's no result even after 7 heavenly calculations. You too, better elope obediently. Don't cause any more trouble. At the same time, in Central Region's Mount Qi, a young girl dropped her raised arm. TSK, hiding the heavens calculation has become so strenuous. After 10 years of seclusion, I've really regressed a lot. But, being able to read so many good books, I think it's worth it. Chapter 784. On the non-phase peak of Spirit Sword Mountain in Blue River region, a magnificent golden palace stood surrounded by lush immortal plants. More than 10 years ago, this place was still a barren place. On the bare top of the mountain stood a shabby house, and the valuable things were basically taken away by the peak master to exchange for money. However, since Wang Lu merged with the giant divine weapon and became the number one person in 9 regions, his hometown was naturally different from the past. Even if he didn't do it deliberately, there were too many people in 9 regions who knew the situation. Even if he couldn't curry favor with the number one person in 9 regions, it was also good to make some arrangements in private as a foreshadowing. Therefore, the Chamber of Commerce under the mysterious Sky Mansion, headed by Qing Feng firm, took the initiative to repair the non-phase peak for free. Their enthusiasm made the sect leader, Feng Yin, unable to resist and had no choice but to let them go. Thus, in just a few months, the non-phase peak was completely new. During this period, Wang Wu, who occasionally returned to the mountain, couldn't find her home even after 7 or 8 laps. Unfortunately, the new non-phase peak that Qing Feng firm spent a lot of money to build didn't really come in handy. After several unsuccessful attempts to sell the non-phase peak, the original owner, Wang Wu, was forbidden to return to the mountain by the sect leader. Her hometown was moved to a newly opened bare replica of the non-phase peak in Spirit Sword Mountain. Most of the time, Wang Lu stayed in the southern heaven region for special training and separation of the fire seed, so his own time was very limited. However, occasionally, he would take a break here, taking a break from his busy schedule. For example, now. Master, the bath is ready. You can use it at any time. The maid, who was dressed simply but did not lose her grace, gracefully guided the way for the master of this place. Every step she took was the interpretation of the word, just right. She would not overstep her duty as a maid, nor would she shame the palace and its noble master. This was an excellent maid who had been rigorously trained, which could only be trained by the best institutions. Although her identity was that of a maid, in many cases, her status was higher than that of the mortal world's king. However, at this moment, although her steps were not messed up, she was so nervous that she was about to faint. Behind her, the person who followed her carelessly was the famous number one person in 9 regions, with countless miracles and legends. Even a word could cause a storm in 9 regions. In front of such a person, even a maid who had undergone the most rigorous training could not calm down. When she sent Wang Lu into the bathroom, the maid could barely open her mouth and ask him if he needed any service. However, Wang Lu waved his hand, gesturing for her to step back so that she wouldn't be rude. When the maid quickly retreated with her hand on her chest, Wang Lu casually took off his clothes and entered the bathtub. The water was the ancient spring water that was transported from Kunlun Immortal Pond thousands of miles away. The bottom of the pool was paved with the deep lava rock of Royal Soldier Sect, and the specialty of Eastern Border region, Shanong 100 grasses were soaked in the water. The cost of using this bathroom each time was enough to make a low-level cultivator go bankrupt. However, this was only a trivial detail in the palace. After the Wanxian League issued the 8 regulations on strengthening the style construction of the immortal cultivation world, such luxury was very rare in the management of the Wanxian League. Even the cultivators who were accustomed to luxury would not openly disobey the will of the high-level officials of the Wanxian League at this time. Even Hichu Daoran set an example and began to live a simple life. All the saved resources were put into the war against the fallen immortal. At this time, the palace on Non-Phase Peak was naturally eye-catching, but few people in 9 regions dared to openly raise objections. Wang Lu was special. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, it was already an undeniable fact. Although Wang Lu himself didn't actually want to do this, after soaking in the bathtub for half an hour, Wang Lu shook his head and recovered from his trance. Although he was on vacation now, heavy official business would not disappear out of thin air. Therefore, although Wang Lu's body was rested, his spirit was still tense. Even in the bathtub, he had to spend his mind thinking about the next step of the plan. However, relying on the primordial spirit strengthening brought by the giant divine weapon, the heavy work that required hundreds of people to deal with for countless days and nights was successfully completed by him in only half an hour. Then, he really entered his private time. Private working time. Wang Lu reached out his hand and brushed it on the calm surface of the bathtub. Suddenly, the surface of the water was like a mirror, reflecting a strange mountain and river. "Hey, are you there?" After a while, Wang Wu's smiling face was reflected on the surface of the water. However, the smile was quickly covered with a trace of surprise. "Yo, asterisk. I can't believe that after a few months of not seeing you, you've become so bold and unrestrained. Or is the budget of the Wuxian League so tight that you need to sell your body for asterisk business?" Wang Lu unceremoniously gave her a middle finger and then said, "It's not easy for me to have some private time here." "Stop talking nonsense. How's the progress?" "The progress is excellent." Wang Wu beamed with joy and said, "I've been in the Western continent with the pioneering business group of Qingfeng Enterprise for half a month. I've basically eaten all the famous delicacies in the coastal cities. Although they're not as good as the cultivators on the tip of the tongue in our 9 regions, they also have their own flavor. On the whole, they're not inferior. Previously, because of Aya, we have too deep a prejudice against them. Get the F***ck out of here. Did I embezzle public funds to let you go overseas for a vacation? Aya, don't be so grumpy, I also have my own difficulties. Every day, you and that little loli have a happy double cultivation, while I can only stay alone in an empty room. Therefore, I can only turn loneliness into appetite." Wang Lu flew into a rage. "You be *tch, except for the first time, when did I not take you with me? Moreover, I have no impression of what happened during the double cultivation. I don't know what exactly happened, but you are very clear about it. Very well, then let's get back to business." Wang Wu curled her lips and then sternly said, "I have contacted Golden King and put forward an invitation for cooperation. I'm currently waiting for his reply, but I personally don't think it's very hopeful. His situation is not as optimistic as imagined. I'm afraid he can't even take care of himself." Wang Lu clicked his tongue and silently thought for a moment. He has been resurrected for some time. With his means, no one in the Western continent can stop him from ruling the world, unless he encounters the same predicament as us. 9 regions has immortals, and Western continent also has gods. Every family has their own problems. Oh, wait a minute, Golden King's messenger has come with his reply. Wang Lu's body leaned forward slightly in the bath. What did he say? On the other side of the water, Wang Wu held a parchment letter, and her expression gradually turned gloomy. A moment later, Wang Wu ignited a true fire at her fingertips and burned the parchment into ashes. Beside her, a messenger in golden armor looked at her in surprise and anger. He couldn't believe that someone dared to burn the letter written by Golden King. "Wang Lu, that guy is a bit insatiable. He said that we can cooperate, but he wants us to show our sincerity. He wants a marriage." Marriage? Damn it, are the Eastern and Western continents in heat recently? Eloping here, and a marriage over there. Who does he want to marry? With a calm face, Wang Wu said, "I'm the tour guide this time, Aya." Ha ha ha. This be *tch, she wants to take advantage of the situation. Wang Wu nodded. It seems that his situation is much more optimistic than expected. The gods of Western continent don't give him too much pressure, far from the grim situation here. Therefore, he thinks that he can take the initiative in the cooperation, so he dares to demand an exorbitant price. In a sense, we do need the power of the Western continent. The providence law of 9 regions is ineffective against immortals. On the contrary, some foreign or even extraterritorial forces can receive a miraculous effect. Holy Light religion has already given us a surprise, but it's not enough. Wang Wu reminded her, "You have to be careful in bringing in foreign aid. I know, that's why I sent you there. Now that I'm in the public's favor, it's difficult for me to have a real secret. Some dirty work can only be done by you in private. Since Golden King doesn't know what's good for him, then please teach him a lesson. This time, you're on a private trip, so what you do has nothing to do with the Wuxian League, so just go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it? That's easy to say, but the other party is the Golden King who has embarked on the path to godhood. What do you expect me, a king pill, to do? Wang Lu was silent for a moment. I'll have to trouble you to put away the net of the Western continent. Put away the net, now? Yes. I know, give me 10 days. I'll give you 1 month. The matter of reinforcements is not that urgent. Take your time, don't leave any regrets. Don't leave any regrets? If I really want to put away the net without regrets, even a year is not enough. So, if you really don't want me to have any regrets, remember to give me more money later. Humph, when you come back, I'll give you this non-phase peak. Ha ha ha, it's a deal. Then, Wang Lu took the initiative to cut off the connection with the Western continent. This kind of communication across the endless sea consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had the giant divine weapon, which was a supreme immortal weapon, so he could use it freely. If it were any other cultivator, the consumption of just a short video conversation would be enough to make him bankrupt. In the bath, Wang Lu took a long breath. Then, it was his real private rest time. However, according to the timetable, there were only 2 to 4 hours left before the end of the vacation. Looking around, Wang Lu suddenly found that the overall layout of the palace and the detailed carvings seemed to be quite in line with his taste. Previously, when he occasionally came here, he didn't have the time to notice it. Was he really going to pack up such a handsome palace and give it to Wang Wu? To be honest, he was a bit reluctant. Wait a minute, just now, he said that he would give the non-phase peak to her, but he didn't say that he would also give the buildings and vegetation on it. In the past, a good non-phase peak was turned into a bald peak by her, so why should the value of the land be transferred for free? How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? Thinking of this, Wang Lu stood up. Come, let's prepare to move. Beside Lu Li, a young man with a scar on his cheek and a cold expression denied, I don't think Officer Wang Lu would do something that doesn't distinguish between public and private affairs. Also, what's the connection between breaking up and special training? Zhou Mumu sighed. It's useless to explain it to you. No, I can't agree with such a discriminatory statement. I believe that as comrades, understanding and tolerating each other is an important part of maintaining tacit understanding during battle. Seeing that Xiang Liang was about to give a long speech, Zhou Mumu had no choice but to ask, Xiang Liang, do you know what love is? Xiang Liang nodded seriously. Of course I know. Sex is one of the necessary rituals for human reproduction. Did someone just mention reproduction? How could you leave me alone on this topic? While speaking, a bald cultivator ran over with a large pot of meat, sat on the side of the table, and looked at Zhou Mumu with a smile. I'm the disciple of the master of reproduction in 9 regions. If you have any questions, just ask me. Zhou Mumu looked disgusted. Luo Xiao. I wonder why Wang Lu would transfer a person like you to Area 51. Ha ha ha, of course, it's because I'm strong. 15 years ago, Luo Xiao dragged Black into the water with his own strength, thus giving Wang Lu the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of Sun Buping in Thunder Reservoir. At least at that moment, his contribution was unparalleled. Thus, his God of War blood burned, which not only solved the crisis of the God of War blood's backlash, but also pushed his cultivation base to an incredible new level. As for later, when Wang Lu combined with the giant divine weapon and quickly became the number one person in 9 regions, Luo Xiao's god of war blood had locked on a new target, the fallen immortal. And in this state, Luo Xiao was naturally qualified to join Area 51 and become the core force of the Wanxian League. It was just that, his popularity was really not good, and he had almost no friends in Area 51. Only when he was drinking and eating meat could he occasionally talk to Lu Li. However, Luo Xiao himself certainly didn't care about this. Once upon a time, he was just a nobody in front of Qiong Hua and the other lead disciples of the 5 uniques. But at this time, he was already standing on the same step. Compared with this, what did it matter whether others liked him or not? Luo Xiao said to Zhou Mumu with a smile, "Actually, I support your opinion. According to my recent observation, Wang Lu does have the possibility of hunger and thirst. His loyal dog, Tetragon, has disappeared for more than 10 days in a row, and his other confidant, his beautiful master, also hasn't been here for a long time. I heard that she stayed in the camp of the Western Continent people every day, talking and laughing with that group of blonde and blue-eyed foreigners. If it were me, I'm afraid I would also be angry and vent my anger on others. Hey, pay attention to what you say. Don't implicate us if you court death yourself. Do you really think Wang Lu can't hear you?" Luo Xiao said indifferently, "Even if he heard me, I'll still say the same thing. Can he kill me to silence me? At worst, I'll just increase the training intensity as revenge. In any case, I'm not the worst, there will always be a few who are not as good as me." At the same time, in the highest command room of Area 51, Wang Lu looked at the image reflected in the water mirror in front of him with a grin on his face. In the cafeteria, he heard the conversation of a small group of people word for word. "Hey, it seems that the training intensity is still weak. They actually have the mood to spread gossip about me here." At this time, a woman's voice sounded in Wang Lu's ear. "In fact, what they said is not wrong. Your current psychological condition is indeed not very good, especially after Tetragon left. Your depression is very obvious." Now that Wang Lu had become the number one person in 9 regions, there were not many people who could speak bluntly around him. Even the elders of Heavenly Sage Hall would carefully think about the wording, but there was one person who always said nothing, and that person was the sword spirit Autumn Beam, who had followed him for many years. As the sword spirit of Rouge Tears, after Wang Lu merged with the giant divine weapon, Autumn Beam naturally became the manager of the weapon control system of the giant divine weapon. She was inseparable from Wang Lu himself, just like his left and right arm. In this intimate relationship, she didn't need to worry about what she said. 15 years of intimacy has created a strong bond between you, although you have been deceiving yourself and trying to deny it. Stop right there. Have you been reading romance novels recently? Is it Fairy Luo Shui? Yes, I recently had a gathering with the spirits of the immortal treasures in Dixian, and they borrowed a lot of books from me. I think it's not a bad thing to gain knowledge from works of art. But it's stupid to apply the content of the novel to real life. Autumn Beam, if you have time to read romance novels to fantasize about me, why don't you have a real love? You're not young anymore, do you need me to help you pull some strings? No need. Autumn Beam's voice sounded a little annoyed. I'm not going to talk to you anymore, I'm going to debug the positron cannon. Wang Lu shrugged and a smile appeared on his face, but he quickly restrained it. His mood was indeed not very good. The strict special training of Zhou Mumu and the others was somewhat intended to relieve the pressure. However, the reason for his bad mood was, of course, not because of the breakup, but because of the loss of contact. He lost contact with an important person, and so far, that person had been missing for 10 days, and there was no clue to find him. The supervisor of Xingjing sect is actually gone like a dog. I'm afraid that even if Kong Zhang himself took the initiative to defect, he couldn't escape so cleanly. After Kong Zhang lost contact, Wang Lu calculated more than 10 times with his divine calculation, but all of them failed. Obviously, someone was deliberately deceiving the heaven's secret. In today's 9 regions, there were only a few people who could hide from Wang Lu's divine calculation. Tetragon was one, Swan Xian Lubiechan was barely one, and the sect leader of Spirit Sword sect Feng Yin might also be one. As for the others, even Supreme Tianluan was no match for the divine calculation of the giant divine weapon. Thus, Kong Zhang, whose cultivation base was merely in the King Pill stage, naturally could not be compared with Tetragon and the others. It seems that after 5 years of investigation, he has finally gained something. 5 years ago, Wang Lu authorized Kong Zhang to investigate the elopement of Bai Zhe and Xian Mo. As a result, after 5 years, there was no result. 5 years later, when Wang Lu almost forgot about it, Kong Zhang suddenly disappeared. How could it not arouse doubts? It's not a big deal that Bai Zhe and Xian Mo have been missing for 5 years. If those two adulterous couples are determined to elope, it's not easy for ordinary people to find them. But the disappearance of Kong Zhang can only mean one thing. The guy who has been hiding for 15 years has finally revealed himself. At the same time, still in the savage land of Blue River region, at the edge of the endless vast land, a young girl slowly put down her raised arm. Phew, it's so dangerous. I was almost locked by this sudden divine calculation. This guy has become stronger and stronger in the past 15 years. Behind the girl, there was a man and a woman. At this time, they were both silent, not saying a word. The girl said, "I'm afraid the plan has to be changed slightly. Before we take out that idiot Moon Breeze's inheritance, we have to consider the possibility of a head-on battle with Wang Lu." The man behind her said hoarsely, "Are you sure that he will definitely find us?" "You idiot. Don't call him Bai Zhe in the future, call him idiot." The girl rolled her eyes at him. "Didn't you see what that little bug called Kong Zhang did just now? He's dead." "Yes. He's dead. So unless Wang Lu is as stupid as you, he will definitely notice something unusual. I wanted to subdue him, but I didn't expect him to move too quickly." Without hesitation, he destroyed his body and soul, just to send a warning to Wang Lu. "TSK, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it while reading. My movements are too slow." As the girl complained about her mistake, she said sternly, "Prepare for battle, Wang Lu may come at any time. There are occasional mistakes in correcting typos. Add some words to make up for it." Chapter 786. In the savage land of Blue River region, by the lakeside thousands of miles away from Area 51, Wang Lu and Supreme Kuchin of Royal Soldier sect stood side by side. Kuchin's half-foot stepped on the lake surface, stirring up a circle of ripples. After a while, Supreme Kuchin nodded and said, "That's right, it's the smell of the fallen immortal." Upon hearing this, Wang Lu frowned and smashed his fist hard. She really caught the blind spot. "I didn't expect that guy to be so bold as to wander around my base camp," Supreme Kuchin said, "although it's a blind spot, this kind of unconventional move, after all, means a huge risk. There must be a plot to take such a risk. What's the point of her doing this?" Wang Lu also couldn't understand, what's worth her risk in the savage land? There's neither a made tea house nor a street around it. What is she doing here? Supreme Kuchin shook his head and said, "You have to ask yourself. The savage land has always been the back garden of Lingjian school. If you don't know, no one else will." After a pause, Kuchin said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Wang Lu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help, Supreme." "No need. After sending away Kuchin, Wang Lu quickly fell into deep thought. What's worth taking the risk in the savage land? Is it to attack the root of the problem by surprise? She shouldn't be that stupid. I've been here for many years, so I'm afraid she won't easily come to court death. Then, could it be that she wants Mr. Feng Yu's inheritance? Yes, this possibility is very high. As the advance force of the fallen immortal, Mr. Feng Yu has the highest expectations from the upper realm, and they are also the most well-prepared. If it weren't for the fact that they suffered a big loss in the hands of Fenrir, I'm afraid they could really let him succeed. And before that guy died together with me, he did leave something behind. But if it's for that thing, then... Senior Xiaofan, I'm afraid you're doomed to get nothing in the savage land. As he spoke, Wang Lu gradually smiled. Very well, I finally got the initiative back. Next, I'll wait for you at Feng Yu's inheritance. Don't let me wait too long. In the depths of the secluded swamp of the savage land, a young girl wearing a black luxurious dress, a cat ear headdress, and a fluffy cat tail hanging down from her waist floated in the air. Covering her mouth and nose with her gorgeous sleeves, she lightly knitted her willowy eyebrows and said in a muffled voice, "Have you two found it yet?" In any case, he's a great ascension stage cultivator. He's half a step into the immortal realm. He wouldn't even need someone to teach him how to find things, right? A moment later, bubbles emerged from the stinking swamp, and Bai Zhe and Xian Mo emerged from the swamp with their respective light shields. Nothing. Impossible. Xiaofan said firmly, "That idiot Feng and you perished here, and the residue of their bodies turned into this quiet swamp. The unique stench almost made me throw up. His legacy must be here." Bai Zhe and Xian Mo looked at each other, and Bai Zhe asked in a hoarse voice, "If that person called Feng Yu was killed after he descended, then whatever legacy he had could have been taken away, right? Looking for it here is tantamount to carving a boat to find a sword. I don't need you to teach me how to look for things. When I achieved the achievement of hiding all the treasure chests in the Void Realm maze, you were still drinking milk in your lover's arms." Xiaofan rolled her eyes at him angrily. The immortal treasures of the immortal realms change unpredictably, and their profundities are far from what you ants can understand. If it wasn't for me enlightening your eyes, then even if that thing was placed before you, all of you would turn a blind eye to it. Xian Mo could not help but frown. Turn a blind eye? Xiaofan's attitude towards Xian Mo was much gentler. Human perception has a limit. For example, mortals without cultivation can't hear sounds that are too high or too low, and can't see specific lights. It's not until after cultivation that one's perception expands, that one will realize that the world has many more colors. Xian Mo nodded, "Exactly. Then, the treasures in the immortal realm exist in a way that is beyond our understanding, so we can't observe or touch them? Without the authorization of the immortals, you indeed don't even have the right to observe. Don't mention Kanglin, that idiot may be strong, but he never uses his brain. Coupled with the wear and tear from forcefully descending, no one would be at ease to hand over the treasures to him, so he ran naked when he descended. Otherwise, do you think that trash like you can suppress him?" Xian Mo asked, "But we did search the bottom of the swamp thoroughly just now, and we didn't find what you said. You two are really useless. Do I have to do everything myself? I want to go back on my word, I won't bring you guys along anymore." Xiaofan was a little annoyed, and then hesitated. She descended from mid-air, her shiny black leather boots stepping on the soft swamp, and then she immediately rose more than 10 feet into the air. No, I won't step on this thing even if I die. The thing is definitely not here. Back in mid-air, Xiaofan put up a stance, put the middle finger and thumb of her right hand together, took a deep breath, and then coughed violently. "Ah, so annoying. Feng Yu, that bitch, is so stinky. I can't even do the immortal calculation. After losing her temper in mid-air for a while, Xiaofan said softly with red eyes and nose, "However, I have at least calculated a clue. That thing is in Blue River region. Let me see the specific location." "Tsk, what a shabby place." Blue River region was located in the corner of 9 regions. In the past tens of thousands of years, it had always played a remote and backward role. Whether it was the immortal cultivation world or the mortal world, it was inferior to the prosperous places such as the central region. The capital city of the mortal world of Blue River region might only be the level of an ordinary prefecture city in the central region. Later, with the rise of the Lingjian school, especially after Wang Lu drove the giant divine weapon to become the undisputed #1 person in 9 regions, Blue River region began to flourish. Although it was difficult to reverse the tens of thousands of years of backwardness, there had been many miraculous scenes in the land of Blue River region. For example, this majestic city built between the mountains was one of the most famous wonders of the Blue River region. Dear tourists, please pay attention to the left side. The huge tower shining with soft brilliance in the sun is the important attraction that we need to visit today, Wisdom King City. As the name implies, the wisdom of Wisdom King City refers to the wisdom sect that enlightens the people. Wang is not only the surname of the immortal Wang Lu, but also the original name of this small mountain village, Wang Family Village. This is not only the hometown of the #1 person in 9 regions, but also the birthplace of the famous Wisdom sect. Once upon a time, Wisdom King City was a remote and backward small mountain village located in the Dog-Ear Mountain. But with the rise of Sir Wang Lu and the Wisdom sect that he created, the small mountain village has undergone earth-shaking changes in just a few decades. With the in-depth explanation of the beautiful tour guide, the shuttle, which could accommodate 50 passengers, gradually lowered its altitude and began to hover around the tower. Maybe a lot of people will wonder what Dog-Ear Mountain is. Isn't this Dragon Horn Mountain? In fact, if there is no towering Wisdom King City, wouldn't the mountain here look like a dog's ear? But now that there is this tower, the situation is very different. Of course, the Dragon Horn Mountain is a bit of a flattery, but we can also see that with the Wisdom King City, the mountain here really looks different. Then speaking of this Wisdom King City, we often say that it is a great miracle in 9 regions. This tower-shaped city can accommodate millions of people. The bricks and stones of the city's outer wall are made of heaven-mending divine clay, which has a defensive power comparable to that of spiritual treasure. At the bottom of the tower, there is a unique power source. It is said that when it is activated, it can lift the whole city into the air. But in terms of these alone, Wisdom King City can only be regarded as a relatively good city in 9 regions. Whether it is Shengjing Immortal City, or the later newly built Fengdu City and City of Immortals, they all have more powerful magical abilities and functions than Wisdom King City. However, Wisdom King City has one thing, that is, every piece of material used to build this city is locally sourced. The tourists on the shuttle were puzzled. That's impossible, right? Except for Kunlun Immortal Mountain, there is no other place that can produce heaven-mending divine clay. As a node of the city wall, the broken magic crystal is a specialty of the central region. This is simply a hodgepodge, how could it be locally sourced? The tour guide seemed to have been looking forward to this question for a long time. She immediately nodded and said with a smile, "That's a good question." In fact, this involves the core secret of Wisdom King City. There is an omnipotent altar in the city, which can produce all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures every once in a while. When it was first established a few decades ago, it needed to absorb a lot of spiritual energy, and the materials produced were also mixed. But over time, the production efficiency of the altar has increased. It is said that since 15 years ago, it has been able to produce heavenly materials and earthly treasures out of thin air without the input of spiritual energy, and the quality is very high. That's just a rumor. More tourists expressed their doubts. How could there be such a treasure out of thin air in the world? The tour guide said with a smile, "Have you forgotten that Taoist Master King Pill can produce magical power from scratch? That's just magical power. How could it produce heaven-mending divine clay out of thin air? That's why Wisdom King City is called a miracle." The beautiful tour guide smiled and said, "I know that you must still have a lot of doubts, but next, we will have the opportunity to go deep into Wisdom King City and observe the magical altar up close. At that time, if you have any doubts, I believe that you can get a certain degree of answers." Wisdom King City can even make this kind of core secret public? Yes, because even the managers of Wisdom King City have not figured out the principle of operation of this altar. It is said that the immortal Wang Lu has not been able to fully solve the secret, and Wisdom King City has also offered a high reward for this. If you can understand something, you can try to get that reward. The tourists naturally laughed and scolded. Even Wang Lu couldn't solve the secret, how could they, a group of tourists, solve it? In the back seat of the flying shuttle, a girl wearing a cat ornament on her head was also laughing, but it was a sneer. A bunch of idiots. Using a little bit of the effect of the leftovers as a miracle, it's ridiculous. Chapter 787. Are you sure you want to stay here for the night? Our tour group has already arranged accommodation for you. The beautiful tour guide was extremely embarrassed to explain to the three tourists who made special requests in front of her. As one of the top tourist attractions in 9 regions, Wisdom King City was worth an inch of gold. Because the city was not established to attract tourists, the service resources were quite limited. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was. The price of the inn here could be imagined. Although this Chamber of Commerce claimed to be a high-end tourist group, it really couldn't choose a good inn due to cost considerations. Of course, the big bunk with 16 people was indeed a bit shabby, which made the tourists complain a lot. However, as long as they saw the charges of the high-end inns in Wisdom King City, no matter how much dissatisfaction they had, they would swallow it back. The inns in Wisdom King City are very expensive. Except for the high-level members of the Wuxia League who can travel at public expense, few people will choose high-end inns. Although the chain inn we chose is in the low end, the service is guaranteed. The tour guide tried her best, but unfortunately, she still failed to convince the other party. "No need, we don't care about money." The tour guide gritted her teeth at that time. "If you really don't care about money, why did you act like a miser when I took you shopping just now?" In the suite of the Ru family inn, which was second to none in Wisdom King City, Xiaofan, who had a cat ear headdress on her head, stood by the window with an interested expression, overlooking the brightly lit street below. The world of ants is really interesting. It would be a pity if all this was destroyed. Xian Mo said, "Since it's a pity, you should find a way to persuade your companions to give up the purge. If it's that easy to persuade others, why don't I go around so hard? In the past 5 years, I've read novels and played games less than half of what I used to. It's really a hellish torture." Xiaofan said, took out a pocket-sized book from her sleeve, and read it with relish. Her expression quickly eased up, as if a seriously injured patient had encountered a panacea. After a while, Xiaofan said, "And even if I really manage to convince them, your ending won't change. For example, when you see a beautiful butterfly, will you choose to let it fly in a place where you can't see it, or will you catch it and make it into a specimen that you can watch at any time?" Xian Mo was speechless. "But, to us, this is really too cruel." "Cruel?" Xiaofan closed the book and looked at Xian Mo amusedly. "You are also a cultivator of the Mahayana stage. You should have comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth for some years. How can you not even understand this kind of basic thing?" The heavens and earth were heartless and treated all living things as dogs. Humans lived in the heavens and earth and were no exceptions. Although individual human beings had rich emotions, on the whole, humans were as merciless as heaven and earth. When we eat meat, have we ever thought about how cruel it is to animals? Especially when hunting could not satisfy the demand for meat, humans simply raised livestock. The only purpose of a living animal was to provide meat for humans. Its feelings, its intelligence, and its freedom were all meaningless. And when animals eat plants to survive, who do those plants that have been gnawed to seek justice from? Xian Mo's face became paler and paler, because these principles were indeed very simple. She had been clear about it since she was very young, but, seeing that Xian Mo had nothing to say, Xiaofan flipped open the novel again. As she read, she said, "This is how the world is. What humanity, what cruelty, are all jokes. In the final analysis, it's about having enough strength. Human beings can become the masters of 9 regions because they are strong enough, suppressing all the monsters in the world. And we immortals are stronger than you, so you'd better bow your head obediently. Think about how many species have been extinct in order to stabilize their position from the age of desolation to the present. Don't those creatures have their own tragic songs? But those who deserve to die still have to die. On the contrary, the pigs and sheep that obediently wait to be slaughtered live longer. This is the so-called a wise man submits to circumstances." Bai Zhe said in a hoarse voice, "Immortals are also human beings. You and us are the same species, are you kidding me? Isn't the most common saying in the immortal cultivation world that immortals and mortals are different? It's natural for you to separate cultivators from mortals. Then it's natural for us immortals to be separated from you. Moreover, although the origin of immortals is mortals, what is the origin of mortals? Have you ever respected your origin?" With that, Xiaofan quickly finished reading the novel in her hand. "Okay, it's almost time. Get ready to start." Late at night, Wisdom King City was still brightly lit, as bright as day, but the streets were almost empty. There was a curfew in the city. Except for a few privileged classes, other people were not allowed to go out after a certain hour. If there was a violation, the local golden armored warriors would definitely let people see the nature of Wisdom King City. This was not a tourist city, but the birthplace of Wisdom Sect, a behemoth holy land with tens of billions of believers. Any disobedience could be regarded as a provocation to Wisdom Sect. There was no law in this city, only religious law, and blasphemers had only one end, death. If it weren't for such a strict curfew, for immortal cultivators, 3 to 5 days of sleepless nights were nothing to them. Why would they care about the price of the local inns? Wouldn't it be nice to wander the streets all night? However, the strict religious law of Wisdom King City obviously could not bind everyone. There would always be people who tried to challenge the local rules. Most of them died without a burial place, but there were also a few elites whose strength was beyond the scope of Wisdom King City's management and could come and go as they pleased. Xiaofan and the others obviously belonged to this group. 1 true immortal and 2 Dixian immortals, such strength was enough to enter and leave the base camp of Shengjing Sect, let alone Wisdom King City. Down there. Xiaofan pointed to her feet, and then her figure flashed into the smooth white stone road. Xian Mo and Bai Zhe followed closely behind. At this time, a group of golden armored warriors passed by them, but they turned a blind eye to this blatant violation. Down there. Down there. Xiaofan led the team and dived more than 20 floors in a row in Wisdom King City, but there was still no sign of stopping. At this time, it was no longer an open area of Wisdom King City, but an obvious forbidden area. The forbidden area naturally hid the secret of Wisdom King City, but Xiaofan turned a blind eye to it and continued to dive. Haven't we arrived yet? I remember that the sign of the core area of Wisdom King City has been there for a long time. This place is already a lot deeper underground. After diving for more than 10 miles, Xian Mo couldn't help but ask. At first, there were signs of Wisdom Sect on both sides, but now it was dark, completely covered with rocks and soil. A lot? Xiaofan's eyes were still locked on her feet, and she chuckled. This city has just revealed the tip of the iceberg. Do you think the part on the ground is the main body? You're too naive. This is the heritage of the immortal world. Even if the ants study it for 100 or 1,000 years, they won't be able to understand its mystery. Look carefully, I'll let you open your eyes. As soon as her voice fell, the scenery in front of the three of them suddenly changed. It was a dark cave that was deeper than the sky and the starry sky. Xiaofan clearly showed a hint of excitement on her face. On the other hand, Xian Mo and Bai Zhe were in a state of sluggishness. As Earth immortals, they had more or less seen a trace of mystery. This cave did not belong to 9 regions. It was not connected to any place in 9 regions, nor was it connected to any known space. This was an innate treasure that probably existed in the creation of the world. Only innate treasures would have an aura that did not belong to 9 regions at all, and the value of innate treasures could not be measured by any standard. The gate of all realms, even in the immortal world, is one of the most valuable treasures. Although it's only a fragment, it can still play its basic role. When Xiaofan saw the cave, she was in a good mood. She was even interested in explaining the origin of this treasure to Bai Zhe and Xian Mo. The history of this treasure is longer than that of 9 regions, the immortal world, the demon world, and any known world. It connects the endless unknown space and can generate endless possibilities. Now, although it is damaged and has lost most of its functions, becoming a money tree for ants, it can at least do one thing. Before her voice fell, an enthusiastic voice came in. Use it to forcibly open the passage between the 2 worlds and welcome the arrival of the fallen immortals. Hearing this voice, the faces of Bai Zhe and Xian Mo changed dramatically. Their whole body trembled, and their immortal hearts were on the verge of collapse. In the past 5 years, this voice lingered in their hearts like a nightmare. Wang Lu, at this time, Xiaofan's smile became even more brilliant. Wang Lu, you're really waiting here. In front of the black hole, the figure of Wang Lu appeared. He also had a smile on his face, which contrasted well with Xiaofan. You guys run around all over the world, it's too difficult to see you guys, so I had to wait here. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. Xiaofan said with a smile, I knew it. Other people might not be able to figure out the function of the Gate of All Realms, but you must know some inside information. It is said that the fragment of the Gate of All Realms came to 9 regions with a comet more than 60 years ago, and on that day, you happened to be born here. Considering your various feats in the past few decades, it's hard to imagine that you're a talent born locally in 9 regions. So, where did you come from? I'm really curious. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe and Xian Mo were so shocked that they opened their mouths wide and their immortal hearts shook. Wang Lu was actually not a native of 9 regions, but a mysterious character from an unknown world. This signified far too much. At the same time, as the person involved, Wang Lu just shrugged. I come from the stars. How about it, do you fall in love with me? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.